Pleasant good evening, everybody. The Blue Crabs won Game 1 of the North Division Championship Series. They look to make it back-to-back wins here in the first round of the playoffs in the Atlantic League North Division. The Blue Crabs and the Barnstormers square off for Game 2, and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs send Mitch Lamson to the mound in Game 2, and he will face off against the Lancaster Barnstormers right-hander, Brooks Hall. The Blue Crabs saw Brooks Hall recently. They saw him back in this last series in Game 1 of the three-game set. Blue Crabs lost that game by a score of 6-1 when Mitch Lamson allowed 3 runs across 6 innings. Well, Southern Maryland looks to get the offense going as they scored just 2 runs on 9 hits yesterday, and we're going to bring you through the Blue Crabs starting lineup tonight. It's Jack Sundberg who will get things going for Southern Maryland. He's in left field. Michael Volansky bats second. Zach Collier in the 3 spot. It's David Harris, the cleanup hitter. Joe DeLuca bats 5th. It's Santiago Chirino who bats 6th, while Jared Walker is in the 7th spot. It's Ryan Haug who bats 8th, and Michael Baca closes out the lineup. If you're wondering, is that the same lineup as yesterday? Yes, it is. The Blue Crabs going back in the same direction they went yesterday. Well, Southern Maryland will take you around the diamond defensively for them as well. Sundberg in left, Collier in center. Walker is back in right field. Santiago Chirino at third. It's Michael Baca at short. Michael Volansky is at second base, while Joe DeLuca plays first. Ryan Haug is doing the catching for Mitch Lamson. Now defensively, for the Lancaster Barnstormers, this is a team you'll see out in the field in the top of the first inning. It's Trayvon Robinson, who's in left, Ariel Sandoval in center. Schwan Dunston Jr. is in right, while Anderson Felice is at third base. Jake Hoover at shortstop, Melvin Mercedes at second base, Andretti Cordero is at first, and Chris Proctor will do the catching for Brooks Hall. 2 changes there defensively. It's Anderson Felice who enters at third base. So he plays for Trace Lair, who's out of the lineup tonight. And then behind the plate, Chris Proctor doing the catching as opposed to Anthony Peroni. Peroni also out of the lineup tonight for the Lancaster Barnstormers. One other change, it's Jacob Barfield, who is the designated hitter tonight. Last night, the designated hitter was Trayvon Robinson. Trayvon Robinson in left field tonight, and last night's left fielder. So Chris Proctor moves from left to behind the plate while Peroni exits the ball game. Very well may see either Anthony Peroni or Trace Lair in a pinch hitting spot tonight should the time come. Well, we had an opportunity to talk with the pitcher of the game last night, Daryl Thompson, who went 8 2/3 innings in what was a masterful performance from the righty. 8 2/3 innings, he allowed just 1 run on 3 hits and a walk. We had a conversation with him for the pregame show. Let's hear what Daryl Thompson had to say. Magazine Stadium ahead of Game 2 of the North Division Championship Series. Austin Rooney joined by Daryl Thompson. Daryl, thanks for coming on the pregame show today.
Hey, no problem, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Well, Daryl, we got to talk about last night's game. You dominated right from the start. You retire the first 10 batters. You allow 1 base hit, another 10 batters retired in a row, and then allow 1 more hit. What was going so well across the first 8 innings of play last night?
I don't know. We just had a pretty good little vibe and energy coming into this game today. I know I wanted to, come in and take game 1. My goal going into the game was to not use the bullpen at all. I felt like I want to tell the team, I kind of told the team, hey, just give me 1 and I'll take care of the rest. Just give me 1, play defense for me, and I'll take care of the rest. And, not so much of just me, but, we had some hell of a plays made out there for me. Hall called a good game. Fastball was working pretty good again, last night. But, I tip my cap to those guys. They gave us a hell of a game yesterday, and I feel like that's what the series is going to be like for the rest of the time. So, for everyone that was nervous and had a little anxiety last night, that's what we played for. That's what we're in the playoffs for. So, but it's, the atmosphere here in Lancaster is good. It's always fun to pitch here. I always enjoy it. the fans, even the fans that we, came from Southern Maryland to support us, just made me, a little bit more motivation and stuff, and then Hall gets up, hits that home run, and I felt like for me, the way I was feeling and the way I was pitching, I felt like that's all I needed. And we just played defense, and we're gonna finish this game for the most part.
So I was going to ask you that. You're dealing with just a one-run lead. Does that add a little anxiety to the idea of being like, you can't allow a run, otherwise they're going to tie the game here?
Nah, it doesn't add any anxiety out because I know what's at stake. I know what it is. I know the situation, but I also know, too, like, if I panic or try to do too much, then, that's going to trickle down to the rest of the guys. A lot of the guys, I'm the oldest guy on the team, the vet, so guys are going to kind of, follow my lead. And if I'm out there and I'm panicking about stuff like that, that's not going to work, because, it'll be kind of contagious. And for me, I don't ever try to, panic in certain situations. I know the crowd here was all hyped up and everything with certain situations and stuff, but for me, I've always been, I love pitching on the road. I love to quiet the crowd. Like, that's always good. The fans here are great. I enjoy it here. But having one-run lead is like, keeps me locked in, if anything. Keeps me more locked in because there's no giving in. Guys tend to, when you get a big lead, some guys tend to, give in and want to start throwing certain things or, give up a couple of hits. Not that they're trying to, but it happens. And then, hitting becomes contagious and then momentum shifts in a baseball game and anything can happen. So I felt like I wanted to keep the momentum on our side the whole time. Coming off a 3-game sweep, against those guys to finish the season was left a little sour taste in our mouth. I know it didn't mind. So, no matter what I did to him in the regular season, the last game I pitched against him before that, it didn't matter going into yesterday. So, you look up there, batting averages and pitching stats, and all the stats are all wiped out. Yep. Yesterday is all it is about getting W's and, just winning the ball game, no matter how you do it at this point. It doesn't matter, if you're hitting 300, 700, 200. As long as we win the game, that's all that matters. Yep. And, we have 2 more to go. We got to try to, get 1 more before we try to get out of here to, head back home. But for the most part, it was fun, man. I enjoyed it.
Last time we spoke, it was after your complete game shutout on bobblehead night. You threw 106 pitches. You said you threw 104 fastballs. Yep. Seemed like you were riding the fastball a lot last night as well. Is that right?
Yeah, honestly, I went to the fastball. I want to say I threw the fastball all the way up until I gave up the first hit when I think that was Mercedes hit the ball off the wall. After that, I continued to throw it, honestly, but then I mixed it in every once in a while. So, mixed in, all speed every once in a while. Started getting change up later in the game. Yep, I saw that. That also, with me mixing the change ups and all my other pitches in, later in the game, is also because of the score was 1-0.
Yep.
So, me throwing all fastballs, I was getting away with it. I felt like I could have done that still, but, I also didn't want to be out there just, ego gets in the way. It's like, no, I still got to pitch and still got to throw my other stuff to make sure it even works, So mixing that in late. But I will say that last pitch I threw, it's like, I guess you can say my second or third pitch, and that's what I got beat with. And that's the one thing that I look back on for last night that had me, I was up for a while thinking about that pitch last night when I could have, stuck with what was working all game, and that was a fastball. But there's a reason why he's an MVP, right. And not only just of the Barnstormers, I'm going to give him the MVP. I'm not going to give him anything. He's the MVP of the whole league, and he deserves it, and I tip my cap to him, Make a mistake, he did what he was supposed to do and hit that ball off the wall, Good guy over there. I like, playing against those guys, man, and it's just fun. But having that 1-0 lead doesn't like give me any anxiety or anything like that.
All right, well, the Blue Crabs, you do go to the bullpen for just one out there. Andres Briseño comes in, and I think he just does what he does best there, a strikeout. He does work a full count, but 97-mile-an-hour fastball to end the ball game.
Yeah, to some people that's probably, a little surprising for them. But for me, being a teammate first and then also being a pitching coach of his, it's like – something that you've been seeing, I've been seeing for 2 years now, and it's like nothing that he does amazes me or surprises me because that's what I've been seeing for 2 years. I haven't seen anything other than that. So it's just like, oh, this is what he does. And honestly, I felt going to the bullpen, I don't know if people realized and saw, okay, I gave up the double to Cordero, and I come off the mound, and I'm smiling, and, I had a good game and everything, but I knew, okay, not to, toot my own horn or anything, but you have, the number one starter in the league, and then he comes out of the game. Now you have to deal with the MVP of the, of relievers, of pitchers.
Right.
So it's like, for me, the confidence I have handing the ball over to Briseño, let alone just everyone else in the bullpen that I never have a problem handing the ball over to when it comes to that time. But it was just, it was no doubt in my mind that he was going to strike out whoever was coming up. I didn't even know who was coming up until I seen him get in the box, but I saw it was, Trayvon Robinson. But, no disrespect to him, but it was just a feeling that I had, and Trayvon had a good at-bat and worked it. Briseño threw a good pitch, and, got him looking, and that's how we ended the ball game. So, a little nail biter, I guess, for some people, but to me, that's playoff baseball, and that's what we play. We played 9 for all year. So,
let's look forward a little bit in this series. Tonight, Mitch Lampson gets the ball, and then you look to Alex Merrithew and Eddie Butler. What do you see out of these 3 guys going for the next 3 games here?
Oh, I see these guys doing what they always been doing, and that's going out there, pounding his own, pitching, and just, leaving it all out there. Lampson, he comes in a different style of pitcher, than myself, from the left side, pretty crafty, but he also, he comes at you. He comes at you, and that's what I like about him. He's doesn't throw, 95 or 90 plus or anything like that, but he makes his 86, 87 look like it's 93, 94 by the way he pitches and how he, handles himself on the mound. Really good demeanor on the mound and everything, but, look at him. He's right behind me with the ERA. So it's like, like that right there tells you that the guy can pitch, So I'm really excited about these next 3 games coming up. I think they're going to be really good games, and I think as far as our pitching staff, as far as our starters, I think they're going to continue doing what they've been doing. I'm not the only one out here that can go out there and pitch and get guys out. Like, it's going to, and I think they're going to all going to take a step above what they've been doing all season, here for the playoffs. We all root for each other. We all look for each other to do well. We all try to help each other out when, one of us is struggling or anything like that. So that's what I feel like, helps us out a lot as a whole team, as a group. The clubhouse, everything starts in the clubhouse. And, we all play around, talk trash to each other and everything and this and that, but it's all a lot of fun and games because when we come out here and get in between these lines, it's all business. And I feel like if we weren't locked in like we were last night, we could have lost that game easily. But for the most part, we didn't let the 3-game sweep we just had against them get to us.
One more thing here about Mitch Lampson. I talked with him last month, and he said he was working on a new slider that you had worked with him. Can you tell me a little bit about the process of developing that pitch and the role you played in it?
Well, I just saw him one day. He was working on like a little cutter or something, and when I was watching him do it, he just looked like he was just getting around it, and it was more sweeping than like having like a late dart angle down. Like as if it would be down on the way to a lefty or down and into a righty. And I just told him just to make sure he stayed on top of it a little bit and not worry about getting on the side of it. And he threw it in the bullpen and liked it and used it in the next game. And I think he threw like a complete game or something with it. And right then and there, it's like prime example of him. Like, it doesn't matter like how old you get. I look at him and like Clayton Kershaw. Clayton Kershaw started working on a new pitch. Was a slider late in his career, I guess, right? Was a slider or changeup? One or the other. Started working on something, even though, because he's not throwing as hard anymore,
Right.
So he had to, pick up another pitch, And same thing with Lampson. He wanted to add another pitch to his repertoire, even though he's good. So it's like you never stop learning, and you never think you can, you know everything about this game. So with him adding that pitch to his repertoire is something that, a lot of guys haven't seen and didn't know he had. And, of course, guys are aware of it now, but it's a pitch that I feel like has, helped him a lot. But I'm not going to take the credit for it because he's the one that has to throw it and execute it and everything. And all I did was, all you need to do is just focus on being on top of it and just let it work. And he's been throwing it ever since and being pretty confident in it, and it's been working. So I'm glad that he was able to, do something with it and not just, it didn't work. He throws it once or twice and figure out it doesn't work, and then once it can it. But he continue to throw it, continue to throw it in the pen, play and catch and stuff like that. So that was good to see him pick something like that up.
What do you think the keys are for the last 3-4 games of the series? How many ever games it takes for the Blue Crabs to take home this series and move on to the championship?
We just got to do the small things, playing small ball, make all the routine plays. Honestly, I like to play the game without letting the umpires make decisions on what we do or calling certain pitches off the plate, whether it's on the plate, off the plate, striking out looking, or pitchers are begging for pitches. We don't need to do that. Not that we do that all the time anyway, but for the most part, just making the routine plays, executing our pitches as pitchers, pound the zone, and investing in the defense and letting it work. Hitters, I think our lineup, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. I know we left some guys on base yesterday, but I'm okay with that. I know what we have. I know what we're capable of, and same thing goes for that dugout over there too. So it's it goes both ways. So it's going to be a pretty good series. I'm just I figure we do all those things right. No errors, don't make any mistakes. Not saying we can't play unmistakable baseball, but just baseball. That's going to happen. But for the most part, go out here, just play the game, man. Have fun. Don't try to put too much pressure on yourself. We're out here having fun. It's only 4 teams out here that's able to do this and say they're still playing baseball right now, and we're one of them. So continue playing the game, no pressure, and just have fun. And that's the main thing that I try to install to the clubhouse and to the guys. Like don't panic on anything. Game gets tight. That's why you play the game. That's why you play. That's why you're here. You're playoffs, pressure situations. Who's gonna bust and who's not? Who's gonna last the longest out there? So that's what it all comes down to.
All right, Daryl, let's move on to a trivia question here. We're going to go with it. I was deciding, I talked to you before the interview. I was like, you know what? I'm not sure. Well, we're going to go with it. We're going to go with the trivia question today. After seeing the Aaron Judge hit home run number 60 yesterday, I believe it was, he's still chasing Barry Bonds. I don't think we're going to see him get to 73, which is Barry Bonds' record. But we have a Barry Bonds-related trivia question tonight. And the question is, how many 50-plus home run seasons did Barry Bonds have in his career?
Let me see. I'm going to say 4.
4 50-plus home run seasons?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Daryl, I'm going to give you the answer in a second. We're going to answer this trivia question on the broadcast tonight. But, Daryl, thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. Tune in tonight. Watch the game tonight, Game 2 here in, where are we at?
Lancaster.
Clipper Magazine Stadium.
Well, you got to hear from Daryl Thompson moments ago, but now it's time for the national anthem. We'll step aside when we come back. It's time for the first pitch from Clipper Magazine Stadium.
Now, fans, please rise if you are physically able for God Bless America, performed tonight by Sandy Hoover. To honor our nation and its flag, our national anthem performed by Kathy Weimer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we marched were so gallantly streaming, and bright the months bursting in gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home and the brave?
Top half of the first inning of tonight's game brought to you by the SOS Group, believing that schools deserve dedicated support staff, relevant trainings, and effective administrative operations to help meet the needs of today's students. They partner with schools to provide qualified full and part-time staff, daily and long-term substitutes, expertise and training in the areas of technical professionals, food services, and facilities. Visit SOSGroup.com now and learn more. Leading off tonight's game for Southern Maryland, and it's on to the order number 9, left fielder Jack Sundberg.
Well, it's Jack Sundberg who will come to the plate in the top of the first inning to face off against Brooks Hall, the starter for the Lancaster Barnstormers. It's game 2 of the North Division Championship Series. Brooks Hall had a 6-1 record, a 2.97 earned run average in the Atlantic League. Last time out against the Blue Crabs, 5 innings, 1 hit, 1 run. It was the home run off the bat of Jack Sundberg on Friday night. He hit 2 batters, he walked 1, and he struck out 4 over 5 innings of work. Well, Sundberg restraps the batting gloves, digs in from the left side, kicks around some dirt, and is ready. Brooks Hall is ready, and the first pitch is in there for a called strike, and the count no balls and 1 strike. Happy you could join us on a terrific evening for baseball in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Temperatures are warm tonight in the upper 70s for first pitch. And the 0-1 is up and in, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. And nobody out against Jack Sundberg. The pitch swinging a line drive foul, third base side out of play.
Brought to you by Frisco's Chicken, home of Lancaster's favorite chicken, serving great food and happiness.
1 ball and 2 strikes against Jack Sundberg. We'll run through the lineup in just a moment. Pitch, swing and a miss. High fastball from Brooks Hall. And Jack Sundberg swings through it. There is one away in the top of the first inning.
Number 12, second baseman Michael Wolanski.
Sundberg goes down on strikes. It's Michael Wolanski who digs in from the right side. Wolanski digs in. Brooks Hall comes set. Here's the pitch. Little away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. We ran through the Blue Crabs batting order in the pregame show, but let's go back through it as Jack Sundberg struck out to get things going. 1-0 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up back behind home plate. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Michael Wolanski, the 2-hitter. It's Zach Collier who bats third. David Harris is the cleanup hitter. Joe DeLuca bats fifth. Santiago Chirino is the 7-hitter. Or the 6-hitter, I should say. Jared Walker bats 7th. Pitch low and away. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike now on Michael Wolanski. So Jared Walker bats 7th. Ryan Haug bats 8th. And Michael Baca bats 9th. 2-1. Called strike. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. It was Silvio Martinez, the home plate umpire, on the call that time. 2-2. With 1 out in the top of the first. Here's the 2-2 offering. Swinging a line drive, well struck toward left field. That ball's going to fall for a base hit. Bounces once in front of Trayvon Robinson. Long turnaround first from Michael Wolanski. The shortstop, Jake Hoover, who cut the ball off, fired back into first, but Wolanski back in safely. So a 1-out single for Michael Wolanski, and the Blue Crabs have the first hit of the ball game in the first inning. Didn't take long for the bats to get going against Brooks Hall, who surrendered a total of 1 hit against the Blue Crabs last time out. Well, let's go through the defensive alignment now. Trayvon Robinson is in left field. Ariel Sandoval in center. Shawan Dunston Jr. is in right. And toss over to first base to check on Mike Wolanski. In the infield, Anderson Felice at third. Jake Hoover at shortstop. Melvin Mercedes is at second. While Andretti Cordero is the first baseman. Chris Proctor does the catching for Brooks Hall tonight. As the pitch to Collier. Swing in the ground. First base side. It's a base hit. Wolanski chugging for third. The throw is cut off by the second baseman, Melvin Mercedes, and the Blue Crabs have runners on the corners with 1 out in the top of the first inning. It's Zach Collier who pulls it through the hole between Andretti Cordero and Melvin Mercedes, between the first baseman and second baseman into right field, and the Blue Crabs have runners on the corners with just 1 out. Now I'd imagine that Collier isn't going anywhere for now, but if Harris can't drive in the run, it would make sense for Collier to try to get into scoring position with 2 outs. Blue Crabs last night 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. An opportunity this time for Harris to merely get a ball to the outfield. And the count. No balls, no strikes. Still awaiting the first pitch to David Harris. Harris digs in. Brooks Hall, first pitch of the at-bat, foul back. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out on the righty David Harris against the Lancaster Barnstormers here in Game 2 of the North Division Championship Series. Mitch Lampson going for the Blue Crabs, Brooks Hall going for Lancaster. Zach Collier, a short lead off of first. Wolanski from third. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball out of the zone. And Harris swings and misses in the count 0-2. With the runner in scoring position, a runner on third base and 1 out, a critical opportunity for your cleanup hitter to get the job done and bring in a run. And a tough go of things if Harris can't get the run in. The 0-2 offering to Harris. That's away, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes now on the righty as Brooks Hall tried to get him to swing and miss at a pitch in the same spot as the prior pitch. And the count 1-2 now on the righty. One-two pitch upcoming to David Harris. It's inbound, swinging a ground ball up the middle, a base hit. Threads the needle between Jake Hoover and Melvin Mercedes. It scores it scores Michael Wolanski from third. The Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead. They have 1 run on 3 hits here in the top of the first inning against Brooks Hall. The Blue Crabs scored 1 run on 1 hit across 5 innings on Friday night, so the Bats start to break out tonight. Blue Crabs did not have a single hit with the runner in scoring position yesterday. Tonight, they're 1 for 1. In the top of the first inning, the Blue Crabs are on the board against the Lancaster Barnstormers. It's David Harris on first base. And on second base, it's Zach Collier for Joe DeLuca with 1 away in the top of the first inning. Base hit up the middle for David Harris has given the Blue Crabs a 1-0 lead. And the pitch to DeLuca, swinging a line drive, very well struck, deep left center field. This ball is going to find the gap past the diving reach of Ariel Sandoval. Collier waved around third. Harris follows quickly behind. The throw to the plate is not in time. 2-run score. DeLuca into third. It's a 2 RBI triple, and the Blue Crabs have a 3-0 lead in the top of the first inning. Well, you want to talk about hitting with runners in scoring position. The Blue Crabs are 2 for 2 tonight with runners in scoring position and lead this ball game 3-0. At opposite field, 2 RBI triple past the diving reach of Ariel Sandoval, who tried to make an outstanding catch on that ball. But it's the Blue Crabs who have jumped on top early, 3-0, with a runner on third base and 1 out. And now the infield moves back. Even with that runner on third, they're willing to trade the run with it out. Pitch, ground ball over to shortstop. DeLuca headed to the plate. The throw is over to first. The throw is high, and it goes out of play. Santiago Chirino to second. It's Joe DeLuca in from third. The Blue Crabs have a 4-0 lead in the top of the first inning, and things have gone awry for Brooks Hall. Oh my, I don't think anybody expected this start from Brooks Hall. 4 runs on 4 hits and 1 error from the Barnstormers. There's no action in the bullpen. There have been some really hard hit balls today, but an RBI and an error that time from Lancaster as Santiago Chirino would have traded the run with the out and given the Blue Crabs a 4-0 lead with 2 outs in the top of the first. And everybody would be all right with that, but not that time as the Blue Crabs have a 4-0 lead. The bad throw from Jake Hoover, and Chirino is on first with just 1 out. Well, first mound visit, probably not one that the Barnstormers wanted to use, but it's the pitching coach, Mark Johnson, who comes out to have a chat with the starter, Brooks Hall. How about this ball game? 4-0 Blue Crabs in the top of the first inning. It's Jared Walker who steps in from the left side. Hall, the first pitch, swing and a miss, count 0-1. Now, interestingly enough, Brooks Hall was moved up in the rotation to make this start. Hall was supposed to go on Friday night, but the Blue Crabs made the decision that they were going to send him, or I beg your pardon, Lancaster made the decision they were going to send him on Wednesday. Pitch, swing and a miss, and the count 0-2. So they were going to go with Hall tonight and Ball on Friday. And the decision might have backfired because if Ball was going tonight, things might be going a little differently. Either way, the Blue Crabs bats have really gotten to Brooks Hall, who allowed 1 run on 1 hit on Friday. Tonight, 4 runs on 4 hits in the top of the first. Pitch, ground ball, hard hit. It's right at the second baseman, Melvin Mercedes, though, who gathers and fires the first in time, and there are 2 away.
Number 2 catcher, Rocket Hall.
And here comes Ryan Haug, who was the player of the game on the offensive side of the ball yesterday. 3 for 4, a home run and 2 runs scored from the right-handed hitting catcher. Michael Baca on deck if necessary, as the Blue Crabs have an opportunity to bat around here in the inning. Haug steps in from the right side. Chirino from third. Pitch. Swing and a miss, and the count 0-1 at a breaking ball. It was probably low and out of the zone. Runner on third base, 2 outs. And the pitch. Swinging a ground ball over to short. It's gathered by Jake Hoover. The throw to first is a good one this time. It is in time to get Ryan Haug and end the top of the first inning, but not before the Blue Crabs score 4 runs on 4 hits. An RBI single from David Harris, a 2 RBI double from Joe DeLuca, and Santiago Chirino drives in Joe DeLuca on a ground ball to short. The Blue Crabs have a 4-0 lead. It's the Lancaster Barnstormers who come to bat in the bottom of the first when we come back.
Oh my God, what is that? So let's give her about 35 seconds.
This is Ian Yetzko, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Are you in the market for a new roof? Well, give William Richmond Inc. a call and get serviced by Southern Maryland's premier roofing contractor. Locally owned and operated, William Richmond Inc. is licensed, bonded, and insured, and has a 5-star rating on HomeAdvisor. They care about their work almost as much as they care about your home. Call 443-432-3426 today for a free estimate, or go to williamrichmondinc.com. Don't forget to mention the Blue Crabs and save 10% on any service. Nothing Blue Crabs, and the Barnstormers haven't even had an at-bat yet. The Blue Crabs' bats exploded in the first inning with 4 runs on 4 hits as Mitch Lamson will come to the mound for Southern Maryland. Mitch Lamson was 8-9 in the regular season, but the ERA and the WHIP are what jump off the page. 3.60, which is good for second in the Atlantic League among qualifiers. A 1.21 whip, also second among qualifiers, and the first pitch is a called strike. On Shawan Dunston Jr., we're going to run through the lineup for the Barnstormers in just one moment as the pitch is a little bit outside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Dunston. The number that really jumps off the page, though, that's the ERA across August, 0.87. 1-1 pitch, wave and a miss, 86 miles an hour on the fastball on the count 1-2. Across the months of August and September, 52 innings of work where he's allowed just 10 earned runs. Pitch, ground ball right back to the mound. It's gathered by the pitcher Lamson, who underhand flips to first in time for the first out. And Shawan Dunston Jr. down on a ground out back to the mound. And here comes Melvin Mercedes, who bats second for Lancaster. Well, let's run through the starting lineup now for the Barnstormers. Shawan Dunston Jr. bats first, Melvin Mercedes in the 2 spot, Andretti Cordero bats third, while Ariel Sandoval is in the cleanup spot. Trayvon Robinson bats fifth. It's Anderson Feliz who bats sixth. Jacob Barfield is the DH, he bats seventh. It's Jake Hoover who's in the 8 spot, and Chris Proctor bats ninth. Pitch called strike on Melvin Mercedes, and the count 0-1. We spoke with Darryl Thompson before game 1 today. We had the pregame show with him. And the 0-1 now. Called strike as well, count 0-2. And one of the things he stressed was that Mitch Lamson's a very different pitcher than he is. You're going to see similar velocity, but he's a lefty and approaches at a different angle. 0-2 pitch. That's a little low and away, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now, in addition, for Mitch Lamson, he's a guy that throws 86, 87 miles an hour with the fastball. But Darryl Thompson said it looks like it's 93, 94. Pitch. On the ground, slowly over to shortstop. Fielded by the shortstop. Baca rushes the throw to first in time to get Mercedes. And there are 2 away. Melvin Mercedes runs very well down the line and nearly beat out that throw from Baca. I said Baca rushed the throw. He needed to rush the throw to get there in time, and there are 2 away. Well, a couple of ground outs from Mitch Lamson so far as Andretti Cordero will step in. The Blue Crabs have a comfortable 4-0 lead, but it's still very, very early, and things can change very quickly. And the pitch now to Andretti Cordero. Line drive to Hopper. What a backhand stop by Wolanski. The throw to first is in time. That ball was tailor-made up the middle, but a terrific backhanded stop on 2 bounces by Michael Wolanski to stop it and fire to first. It's a 1-2-3 inning from Mitch Lamson on 3 ground outs. The Blue Crabs have a 4-0 lead as we go to the top of the second on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Darryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the first pitch missed low and away. Now the second pitch is fouled off right field side. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Michael Baca in the top of the second inning. It is the Blue Crabs who have a 4-0 lead over Lancaster. And the 1-1 pitch. Line drive foul, first base side, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Michael Baca. Obaka steps in from the right side. The Blue Crabs have a 4-0 lead over the Lancaster Barnstormers. Brooks Hall, the 1-2. Check swing, did he go? No, he did not. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Jack Sundberg will dig in next. The Blue Crabs struck 4 times in the top of the first inning. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Breaking ball low and out of the zone. And Brooks Hall swings through it. There is one away in the top of the second. Now another note here that I think is worth going over. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are a team that at least recently has struggled to score runs. Now if you go back to that 3-game set, the Blue Crabs scored 3 runs across 3 games. The Blue Crabs have 4 runs in the top of the first inning here tonight. Well, now we're in the top of the second with 1 out. Pitch, line drive foul, third base side, and the count 0-1. And the pitch to Sundberg, low and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now on the lefty. Sundberg struck out his first time up. 1-1 pitch a little away. Count 2 balls and a strike. From there, the next 4 batters recorded hits, and the next 5 reached. And the 2-1 pitch, breaking ball swung on and missed though from Sundberg, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. It was Michael Wolanski who singled to left, Zach Collier who singled to right to put runners on the corners. David Harris an RBI single up the middle, putting runners on first and second, and Joe DeLuca a gapper to left center. And now the pitch, swinging a ground ball through the right side, a base hit. Jack Sundberg with a single to get things started in the top of the second inning, or 1 out in the top of the second. But he's aboard. And the first 6 batters tonight have all reached base. And the first 5 all have hits. It's Michael Wolanski who ripped a single to left his first time up. Brooks Hall. First pitch to Wolanski. That's a little away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. High Point and Gastonia. Game 2 is underway, and it's the High Point Rockers who have a 5-2 lead in the 3rd inning. A little bit of a different story than Game 1 there, as Hall tosses over to first base to check on Sundberg, who dives in safely. And again, tossing over to first to check on Sundberg. Game 1, it was 12-1 final, High Point. A dominant victory. But here in Game 2, 5-3. It's High Point who leads. Pitch, check, swing, did he go? Yeah, he did. The count 1-1. It may have been a called strike anyway by the home plate umpire, Silvio Martinez. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out on Michael Wolanski. Hall throws hard. He's been clocked as high as 96 tonight. And a breaking ball in there for a called strike, and the count 1-2. It's the first breaking ball. It's a second breaking ball thrown by Brooks Hall. A big looping curveball. Another toss over to first base to check on Jack Sundberg. Pitch count not abnormally high at this point in the ball game. I mean, 34 pitches it's not great, but it's not terrible as the 1-2 pitch is away. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. there's a real chance he could get out of this inning within 40, 45 pitches. He could still set himself up to go 5 or 6 without too much of an issue. It's not as though he's thrown 60 pitches through an inning and a third. It is 4-0 Blue Crabs, though. The runner on first and 1 out. Here's the pitch. Runner goes, swinging a line drive towards center. Oh, Sundberg's got to get back on that ball. Throw's going to come back to first base. The throw is offline as Sundberg dives in safely on the line out to center field. Ariel Sandoval did not have a great throw, and Sundberg noticed the ball was going to get caught rather quickly once he rounded second base, and he jumped on his horse and dove back in safely. So there are 2 away after the line out to center field, but 2 out and 1 on for the Blue Crabs. Well, here comes Zach Collier. And a toss over to first base. The check on Sundberg once more. I could see him going here. The hit and run was on that time. Spoke with Blue Crabs manager Stan Clyburn after last night's ball game, and he told me, hey, they've been working on the hit and run a little bit, and they were talking with Michael Baca, and now the pitch outside, runner goes, throw down to second's a really good one. He got him. Oh, a terrific throw from Chris Proctor, and they get Jack Sundberg stealing second base. Didn't get a great jump there. And a terrific throw from Chris Proctor gets Jack Sundberg trying to steal second base. Sundberg was 45 for 51 in the regular season, nearly a 90% rate, but he is thrown out that time around with 2 outs in the second base, trying to swipe second base. And that ends the top of the second inning. A little more on that story when the Blue Crabs come back to the plate. Stan Clyburn trying to use the hit and run a little more. Did not pay off that time, and then Sundberg caught stealing the second time around. We go to break. When we come back, it's Mitch Lamson who looks to continue his strong start on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at 11,370 Days Court. That's 11370 Days Court, Waldorf, near the Waldorf Shoppers World Shopping Center. Call 301-932-9200 to make a reservation or look us up at ihg.com or on the IHG app. Come put your feet up and enjoy the complimentary free breakfast and indoor heated pool at the Holiday Inn Express, Waldorf.
Well, the first pitch is low and into Ariel Sandoval on the count. 1 ball and no strikes. 1 ball, no strikes, no outs. Sandoval at the plate. And the pitch a little away in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. Trayvon Robinson is out of the lineup tonight. I'd imagine that might have something to do with Mitch Lamson being on the mound. You have a lefty-lefty situation there. 2-0 pitch. Line drive towards center field. Zach Collier took a step in, now steps back a few steps and makes the catch. And there is 1 away.
The
I beg your pardon, Trayvon Robinson to the plate now. He bats fifth. It's just a slight change from yesterday's lineup, when Trayvon Robinson batted fourth and Ariel Sandoval batted fifth. So they switched spots in the order, and Chris Proctor, who batted sixth last night, goes to ninth tonight, with Anderson Felice entering the lineup and Anthony Peroni exiting. Trace Lair also out of the lineup tonight. And the pitch, line drive. This one headed toward right center field. That's going to find the gap for a base hit. Quickly played by Collier. The throw goes into second base. A pretty good throw, but not in time to get Trayvon Robinson, who has the first Barnstormers hit of the day. It's a one-out double. And there is a runner on second base with one out. So the Barnstormers finally clicking offensively. And here comes Anderson Felice. In the second inning, it's the Blue Crabs who have a 4-0 lead over the Lancaster Barnstormers. Couldn't be happier to have you join us tonight on a terrific evening for baseball. A beautiful sunset out in left center field. We'll see if we can get that to you by the time before that ends. In the pitch, low and in. Between innings, we'll get it to you. Pitch is low and into the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Runner on second base, 1 out. Pitch, well struck, line drive toward left, but it's foul. Runner on second base, and 1 away in the bottom of the second inning. Trayvon Robinson roped a double to right center field. And there's a runner on second with 1 out. 1-1 pitch, called strike, and the count 1-2 now on Anderson Felice. Mitch Lamson threw an incredibly brief first inning. Threw just 9 pitches en route to a 1-2-3 inning. And now the 1-2 offering. Check swing, line drive back to the netting, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, it's Anderson Felice at the plate. Trayvon Robinson from second with 1 away. Lamson retired the first 4 batters. We'll get there in a moment. Following the 1-2 offering, hits inbound. Line drive, shallow center field. It's Collier who has a beat on it though, and he makes the catch right around shoulder high for the second out. And after the 1-out double, a simple line out from Anderson Felice. And there are 2 away, and here comes Jacob Barfield. Well, Jacob Barfield will dig in from the right side. Blue Crabs have a 4-0 lead. 4 runs in the top of the first. 4 runs on 4 hits in that inning. Here in the second, 1 hit apiece. 1 hit for the Blue Crabs in the top of the second, with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Runner on second base following a double from Trayvon Robinson, but it's Jacob Barfield here who digs in from the right side. Lamps in the pitch. A little away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. The 1-0 offering. It's a called strike. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs finished the regular season 84-48. And the pitch, swinging a high pop-up, shallow left center field, long run for everybody, including Michael Baca, who drifts back on it, makes a terrific basket catch for the final out. Oh, very well done from Michael Baca, who steals a hit from Jacob Barfield with an underhand basket catch in shallow left center field for the final out in the bottom of the second inning. Baca shows off his range to end the bottom of the second. The Blue Crabs still have a 4-0 lead on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it.
Well, it's Zach Collier who will get the offense started for Southern Maryland as Zach Collier digs in from the left side. 4-0 Blue Crabs. And the first pitch to Collier is away in the count, 1 ball and no strikes on the lefty. Blue Crabs scored 4 in the top of the first inning on 4 consecutive hits. It was 3 straight singles, a 2 RBI double. And another run drove in on an error by the shortstop Hoover. 1-0 pitch is up and away as well on the count. 2 balls and no strikes from Brooks Hall. Hall had an outstanding start on Friday night. And the 2-0 pitch called strike on a breaking ball that drops in on Collier in the count 2-1. Brooks Hall went 5 innings on Friday. Allowed 1 run on 1 hit. He walked 2. But tonight, not the same story. 2-1 pitch, wave and a miss, count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And not only does he allow more than 1 run, he allows 4. And it's 4 runs on 4 hits in the first inning. Blue Crabs now have 4 runs on 5 hits as they added another base hit in the top of the second inning. Pitch, line drive, well struck, right center field. This one's going to find the gap as Collier jumps on his horse. He's into second base and will pull up there. It's a leadoff double from Zach Collier, and there's a runner on second base with nobody out in the top of the third inning. The Blue Crabs have gotten the rally started again, and here comes David Harris with nobody out in the top of the third inning, as things have really gone sideways here for Brooks Hall across the first 2+ innings of work. Not seeing any action in the Lancaster bullpen right now, but you probably don't want to wait much longer should Brooks Hall run into trouble here in the third inning. I mean, no room for error in the playoffs. Pitch to Harris, called strike, and the count 0-1. Well, Zach Collier has a single and a double already in tonight's ball game. And the 0-1 pitch, wave and a miss, count 0-2 now on David Harris. Back in game one, Zach Collier was 0 for 3 with a walk. He does have an 11-game on-base streak dating back to the regular season. And the pitch, this is a one-hopper over to second base. It was Melvin Mercedes who thought about going to second, but instead he fires the first in time to get David Harris, who decided to dive into first base. And there is a runner on second with one out. Now, interestingly enough about that play at second base, I don't think Melvin Mercedes really had a good shot at getting Collier. But the throw to first base, it's Harris who decides to dive into first base. There have been studies on, okay, do you go faster when you dive into first base or when you run through the bag? And almost exclusively you run faster when you run through the bag. Now, the difference is that it throws off the umpire's perception a little bit, because a lot of times umpires will go on sound. Okay, did you hear the base, the runner's cleat hit the base first, or did you hear the ball hit the glove first? But if you're diving in, you don't hear any cleat hit the base, so you just got to go on sight. And the pitch, that one's fouled off, first base side, which makes it a little trickier for the umpire. So if you think your chances of being safe at first base are slim, maybe you try to dive into first base and give yourself the benefit of the doubt there. No balls, one strike, one out. Collier on second base. A 4-umpire crew here tonight as Hall turns and fakes a throw over to second base. It was a leadoff double by Collier, followed by the ground out from David Harris. It's Silvio Martinez who's calling balls and strikes. Warren Nicholson is on first base. Pitch, that's low in the dirt. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. Over at second base, it's Federico de Jesus. And Buzz Albert is over at third base. Buzz Albert was calling balls and strikes yesterday, and for the most part, I thought he did a good job. I don't think he missed a lot. 1-1 pitch now to Joe DeLuca, who swings through a breaking ball that was low and in by the shoe tops, and the count 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out with Collier from second base, still in scoring position. Brooks Hall looking to work out of a jam he finds himself in after allowing the leadoff double. And the 1-2 pitch. Again, low and in, count 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, just 1 away. Joe DeLuca had a 2 RBI triple his first time up. And he will be followed by Santiago Chirino. And the 2-2 pitch on the ground back to the mound. And it's the pitcher who fires the third base. They got him. A heads-up play by Brooks Hall, the pitcher, to fire to the third baseman, Anderson Feliz, who tags out Zach Collier, who had the initial double. Ground ball back to the mound. Collier was going on contact, and he's thrown out. Trying to go from second base to third base on the play. It was a gutsy play by Brooks Hall to not take the easy out at first and instead try to throw to third base and get the lead out. Now, if he's not out at third base, if Feliz isn't ready for it, or he drops the ball, or if Zach Collier just beats the throw, if any of those things happen, you have runners on the corners in 1 out as opposed to a runner on third with 2 outs. Pitch now to Chirino. It's a swing and a miss, but he takes a risk there. It's a calculated risk. You get that out. You don't have to deal with a runner on third base anymore. And so now just the runner on first base with 2 outs. And the 0-1, swinging a high pop-up in the infield. It's the shortstop, Jake Hoover, who gives way to the third baseman, Anderson Feliz, who makes the catch for the final out. The Blue Crabs had a leadoff double from Zach Collier, followed by a ground out from David Harris, a fielder's choice to Joe DeLuca, and Santiago Chirino pops out to end the inning. The Blue Crabs still have that 4-0 lead dating back to the top of the first inning. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
3, 2, 1, go, go, go. Oh, it's a close race. Alternating
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Jake Hoover steps in to face off against Mitch Lamson in the bottom of the third inning. And the first pitch from the lefty to the righty Hoover is a called strike on the inside corner, and the count 0-1. No balls and one strike. Pitch to Hoover, swinging a line drive, left center field. This one finds the alley for extra bases. Collier quickly to it. He fires to the cutoff man, Baca. The throw to third is, did they get him? He's off the bag. He's got to be out. Let's see the call. He's out at third base. Jake Hoover tried to go to third. He went around the tag. Chirino did not field the ball cleanly at third base, and then Chirino sort of tried to push him off the bag. The call on the field is out, and Hoover was staying on third base for a moment, but then he is out as the home plate umpire, Silvio Martinez, made an emphatic call out on Hoover, who beat the throw initially, or I really should say sideswiped the tag originally. But he must have come off the base, and it was Santiago Chirino who was emphatic. He had been able to tag him out at that point. So a leadoff double that was basically a leadoff triple to the gap in left center field. Not enough, as Jake Hoover is tagged out by Santiago Chirino, the third baseman. And so there is one out, and the pitch is a little bit up and away to Chris Proctor, who bats ninth tonight. And the pitch, this one, a slow ground ball in the infield. Field in the backhand by Wolanski. The throw to first, not in time. It gets away from DeLuca briefly, but Proctor not going to be able to advance the second, so it's an infield single from Chris Proctor. And there's a runner on first base with one out.
Right fielder Sean Dunston Jr.
Well, let's get some of these YouTube chat comments involved. How many games in this series? It's a best of 5 game series, so first to 3. As Deborah Johnson says, let's go Blue Crabs. John Higgs says, go Crabs, shell 'em. As Multi Apples says, good game. Eric Shellhouse, who I understand will be back for game 1 of, or the game 3 of the first home game for the Blue Crabs. Looking forward to that, Eric. He said Darryl gave him shell yesterday. And the pitch, a little bit low. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes on Shawan Dunston Jr. Alfredo Mendoza, let's go Blue Crabs. And the pitch foul back. And the The 1-0 pitch. The count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Anthony Bradshaw says he's watching from Hughesville, Maryland. Go Blue Crabs. Anthony, happy to have you. Is there an off day in between, is what Orioles fan asks, and Anthony answered, no game tomorrow, and now the pitch is a called strike on Shawan Dunston Jr. The count 1-2 now on the lefty with a runner on first base and 1 out. 4-0 Blue Crabs still. Bill Law said 2-0 would be a great start for the Blue Crabs. It would be. The Blue Crabs have a lot of work to do, though. Still 6 more innings or 7 more innings on the mound. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. A breaking ball from Mitch Lamson gets a check swing from Shawan Dunston Jr. And there are 2 away. And here comes Melvin Mercedes.
Second baseman Melvin Mercedes.
Mercedes digs in from the right side. And the pitch to Mercedes, a little bit upstairs in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Runner on first base and 2 outs. Let's get us some more of those YouTube chat comments. We have Melanie Putnam who says, let's go Blue Crabs, go Haug. And the pitch to Melvin Mercedes is foul back. Donnie Geeky says, let's go Crabs. Playoff baseball, time to shine, watching from Powder Springs, Georgia. Always good to hear from you, Donnie. Orioles fan says he's watching from Charlotte, North Carolina. Ruth Ann Henley says, let's go Stormers. And Orioles fan said, if Maryland wins this series, they get to come down to my backyard, either High Point or Gastonia. Great point, Orioles fan. And right now, the score in Game 2, it's High Point who has a lead over Gastonia 5-3, which complicates the situation a little bit. If High Point manages to win this game, they just have to win a best 2 out of 3 game series at home. So that's the real risk of having to play those first 2 games at home. If you choose that, that's what Gastonia chose to do. They wanted games 1 and 2 at home. And well, what happened was that if they end up splitting here, they find themselves in a lot of trouble. Not entirely sure what the stoppage there was for, as the umpires were meeting with Blue Crabs athletic trainer Lauren Eck. Well, whatever the reason, Lauren Eck has returned to the Blue Crabs dugout, and the umpires signaled safe. It may have ended up being a foul ball that hit Ryan Haug. Is it a Haug or the umpire? One of the two. May have been Silvio Martinez, the home plate umpire. They're having a lengthy discussion. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 outs on Melvin Mercedes. Runner on first base for the Barnstormers. The 1-1 pitch from Lamson, low and away, count 2-1. Now, Wes Mumford says, Austin, we're 83 and 48. Now, do we get extra wind, though, for the game that Lancaster didn't play at home? That's the question. So, if you do, we're 84 and 48. I was considering the game that we didn't play here for the doubleheader as a win for the Blue Crabs. That's why I said that, Wes. As they toss over to first base, count 2-1. We have to get official wording on that. I was told that we might have gotten a win for that, but I'm not sure. Once I get official word on whether or not that's a win, we can go forward. And now Silvio Martinez says, stop play, stop play. I guess it was the batter, Melvin Mercedes, who called time. And the pitch called strike on the outer half, count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Raul Shah, the Blue Crabs second baseman, says, I'm doing great in response to Judah's comment. Thanks for asking. Let's get a W today. Just keep on hitting. Let's go to Luca. All of those things are more than fair. And the pitch now to Mercedes, ground ball hard, third base side foul. And Caitlin Nemick says, let's go Blue Crabs, watching from Mechanicsville. Always love to hear where everybody's watching from. We're going to have Stevie Bowen on the broadcast in the top of the 4th inning. And we've got our trivia question to run with, so If you would like a shout out on the YouTube chat, please go ahead and write your comment in the YouTube chat, and we'd be happy to give you a shout out on air. And if you have any answers to our trivia question, which is upcoming in the top of the 4th inning, you may have heard it on today's pregame show. We asked Darryl Thompson, I believe it was Eric Shellhouse, who said that he was guessing 7 for the answer to our trivia question. I haven't yet announced it on air here. We announced it during the pregame show. So if anyone else has an answer, once that time comes, we're going to have a discussion with Stevie Bowen about that trivia question for sure. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. This one taking quite a bit of time to get through this at bat to Melvin Mercedes from Mitch Lamson. So we pitch number 7. Pitch, line drive, center field, straight away, and it's Zach Collier there to make the catch chest high for the final out. We are done with 3 innings of play. From Lancaster, Pennsylvania, the Blue Crabs still have a 4-0 lead dating back to that 4-run first. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We're going to start with the first base side.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it.
We are back. Happy to be joined by Stevie Bowen in the top of the 4th inning. And here is Jared Walker, first pitch from Brooks Hall. That's a called strike, and the count 0-1 on the lefty. 4-0 Blue Crabs. Those 4 runs scored back in the top of the 4th inning. And Stevie, thanks for coming on the broadcast tonight.
Thank you for having me, as always. I was just going to bring up that point, 4-0, 4-run top of the 1st inning. That was exciting to see, and definitely down there sitting behind the Blue Crabs dugout. The energy is high. The energy is high tonight, and we're very excited.
It's also a packed crowd here in Lancaster. Really good numbers as that ball is fouled off third base side. And the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Jared Walker as the 0-1 pitch missed outside. Now, we're going to get to our trivia question in just a moment, but it's exciting to have this kind of an atmosphere for a playoff game in a place like Lancaster where they've got great fan support.
Yeah.
And a 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Walker down on strikes. There's 1 away, but this atmosphere is terrific.
Yeah, something that Lancaster does really well. They have a fantastic ballpark, and I think they have a fantastic fan base to where they have a solid group of loyal fans that are always coming out to the stadium.
Yep.
The Blue Crabs as well, of course, but I'm hoping we have close, maybe even more numbers than this on Friday night, and I think we might.
I hope so. I certainly hope so.
I think Friday night's going to be a lot of fun.
They've got also a number of interesting fans here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Have you met Flo yet? I don't think you've met Flo, have you?
I don't know if I've met Flo.
Flo she's got a big personality. Pitch, swinging a line drive, pop up over toward the dugout. It bounces on top of Lancaster's dugout. Count is 0-1.
I did meet their on-field host. Does he go by Supernova? I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know it. Is that what the jersey says?
That's
in the
what the
back?
jersey
Yeah.
says. I'm sorry if that's the wrong name. I don't know if I ever caught his actual name. But no, I got to sit down and talk to him a little bit about, he is essentially Lancaster's Ron Lord. We talk about Ron a little bit and how things go. And no, he's a really cool guy as well.
0-1, a little low. Count 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out. It is exciting to have someone like that on the field. It brings up the atmosphere inside the ballpark.
He's going to be joining us in Waldorf on Friday.
Who's that?
They're bringing him down, the on-field host for the Barnstormers.
I see.
Lancaster's got, just like we did yesterday, we had a fan bus come up. Lancaster, I think, has 1 or 2 coming down to Southern Maryland for Game 3.
1-1 pitch, top foul, third base side. It's always fun to bring the opposing team fans because you don't really get that at an Atlantic League games where you have opposing team fans.
Especially because they're so far and spread apart from each other. It's hard for, I was debating on if I wanted to make it's only 2 hours up here at Lancaster from Southern Maryland, 2.5 maybe.
Right.
I was debating on making the drive or riding up here with the rest of the front office, but yeah, we might as well go support the Crabs, of course.
Of course. Got to support the Blue Crabs.
You have to.
1-2 pitch, got past the catcher, Chris Proctor, count 2-2. Well, it seems like a perfect time to get to our trivia question now that Chris Proctor is having a meeting at the mound with Brooks Hall. So yesterday, Aaron Judge hit his 60th home run of the season. I believe he is the 7th player in MLB history to ever hit 60 in a season.
Did you see the list of other people that have done it before?
It's what Ruth, Mantle, Sosa,
Mark
Canseco,
McGuire, all of them, all of the Barry Bonds, all the ones that hit it out pretty much on command. Yeah, he's among those ones right now.
He is. It's special what he's been able to do this season.
Yes.
And to think he still has 15 games left in the season, so he might hit 5 or 6 more. And the 2-2 pitch, a little away, and the count 3-2, awfully close. A gutsy take by Ryan Haug. And the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. So with that note in mind, let's think about the all-time home run leader. 3-2 pitch, line drive toward left field. That ball's falling. It's going to fall for a base hit down the left field line. Haug around first base. He sprints towards second. Ray Ortega, the third base coach, puts the stop signs up at third. And so it is a 1-out double off the bat of Ryan Haug, and the Blue Crabs have a runner on second base with 1 out.
Ryan Haug's been insane these past 2 nights. Was he 3 for 3 last night, or was he
3 for 4 last night?
3 for 4 last night.
3 for 4 in the game on Sunday as well.
He coming off of that injury, putting him back behind the plate. I'm loving having him back in the lineup. That home run off the foul pole yesterday was electric to watch. That was a lot of fun. He has been putting the bat on the ball pretty well lately.
He really has, pulling that ball to left field as well. So runner on second with 1 out, 4-0 Blue Crabs for Michael Baca, who will dig in. As Joe Walsh, the first base coach, the bench coach, got to pick up all of the extra security gear for Ryan Haug, as he's got the protective shin pad, the protective arm pad.
Listen, I want to put every Atlantic League first base coach up and time their 40s, because I think Joe Walsh is blowing all of them out of the water. Watching him sprint to second base to grab the person's stuff and running back, he's quick. He's super quick.
He's quick. He's efficient. First pitch, swing and a miss. Now, I will say, he's somebody who, if you've ever been here before a game, he does agility drills out in the field with the team.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I've seen it.
Remember, retired FBI agent.
Yep.
He's a guy who's been there, been in those situations. Pitch, swinging a high pop-up down the right field line. It is the right fielder, Dunston Jr., over toward the line. He makes the catch, and now Haug tagging for third. It's a good throw, a little offline, and Haug got a good jump. And so there's a runner on third with 2 outs.
In the air, that ball looked like it was going to be dead on for third base. That was a great throw from Dunston Jr. over in right field. But, yeah, as you said, just a little bit off the mark.
So runner on third base and 2 outs. Let's get back to that trivia question. Barry Bonds hit 73 home runs in his season. That's the all-time record. The question now is, how many 50-plus home run seasons did Barry Bonds have in his career? A 22-year career at that.
So we talked about this a little bit in between innings. You gave me a little bit more, information. 22 years, his max 73. I really liked Eric Shellhouse's answer with 7. Okay. I feel like he did more. I think he might have had about 9. I'm going to go with 9.
50-plus home run seasons.
I think out of 22, I think just under half of his seasons being 50-plus home runs. I don't think that's too crazy for Barry Bonds.
For Barry Bonds, probably not too crazy.
I would assume that's close.
The pitch is fouled back to the netting in the count 0-1. Now, just to give you a couple of numbers from Barry Bonds, and these never cease to amaze me. Never. 2001, well, we're going to get there in a moment. 0-1 pitch is fouled back in the count 0-2. To keep in mind, an average, a good OPS is right around 800. For 800, you're doing pretty well.
Yes. Pretty well.
Barry Bonds was at 1379 in 2001 when he hit 73 home runs. In 02, a 1381 OPS. In 04, a 1422 OPS. He has the 1, 2, and 3 OPS numbers in history. Pitch line drive toward left center field. It is the center fielder, Ariel Sandoval, who drifts over to left center and makes the catch for the final out. The Blue Crabs had a one-out double off the bat of Ryan Haug, but they couldn't drive a run in as Baca flies out to right and Sundberg lines out to center to end the top of the 4th inning. Brooks Hall has recovered after a very tough start to get things going. And Stevie, you'll be with us for the bottom of the 4th, yeah?
Yeah, I'll hang out. Of
All
course.
right. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Well, Andretti Cordero will dig in to get things going in the bottom of the 4th inning. 4-0 Blue Crabs. As the first pitch from Mitch Lamson is a called strike on the outside corner, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. Bottom of the 4th inning, those runs all coming back in the top of the 1st inning. So not a lot of action since then. Pitch from Lamson is look pretty good, maybe a little low and away, and the count 1-1 now on Andretti Cordero. Cordero came up big last night, though, with the RBI double in the 9th.
Yeah, that one made me a little bit nervous. Like I said earlier, we're all sitting the Blue Crabs front office of who was able to make it here.
Ground ball over to short field on the backhand by Baca. How about that throw across the diamond? He got him at first base.
Oh, wow.
Terrific play. Fielding it on the backhand, shifting the body and throwing to first in time to get Cordero, who runs rather well.
I'll get back to what I was saying in a second. Michael Baca has brought the glove with him, especially for this opening series. For this divisional series. He's made a couple fantastic plays in the last 2 days. But like I was saying, the Blue Crabs front office, everybody's sitting right behind the Blue Crabs dugout on the third base side right now. The angle that we had from last night off that Andretti Cordero hit, my heart just sank. I was like, oh no, they just tied this ball game up. And then when it hit the top of the fence, I had never felt more relief in my entire life.
I heard it was maybe 6 inches from being a home run.
I wouldn't go there, but I would say definitely less than 2 feet away. If he hit it 2 feet more to the left, it's probably out of here, and we have a tie ball game last night.
Pitch to Sandoval is popped up, right field side. It's still rather deep. It's tailing foul, and it goes foul. Now, that ball was probably hit about 290 feet down that right field line, and you know what normally is a routine pop-up in foul territory, that almost got out of the ballpark.
Yeah, no, me and two other members of the front office a couple innings ago, Michael Baca had an at-bat, and on one pitch, he just kind of threw his hands out there to fight off a ball, and it was just a lazy, kind of the same thing as that one, just a lazy fly ball foul to right field, and I made a joke.
One hopper over to Baca, who fields that ball waist high and fires the first. That was a rocket off the bat of Ariel Sandoval, but gathered by Baca, and he throws the first for the second out.
He brought the glove. He's doing fantastic out there at shortstop. But like I was saying, dude, I made a joke off the hands of the bat. I was like, oh, well, if that's fair, it's gone. And then we just kind of saw the ball and, made the judgment of where that would be if it was in fair territory. And I think it might have almost been a home run on just a lazy foul ball.
So get this, that ball hit off the bat of Ariel Sandoval, the hardest ball hit off of Mitchell Lamson today at 102.5 off the bat.
Goodness. Who has the highest one so far?
Zach Collier, his double to right center was hit almost 105, and the single from Michael Wolanski was hit 103. And the pitch is a little low to Trayvon Robinson. One thing you'll notice if you watch Wolanski play enough, he hits the ball really, really hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys on this Blue Crabs lineup to where even if they're in a slump, they're still hitting the ball extremely hard, but sometimes just directly at people. Michael Wolanski, definitely one of those guys. Sometimes he might not be doing great numbers-wise on the stat sheet, but I promise you, every time he makes contact with the ball, it's going to be hit hard at somebody.
1-0 pitch, a breaking ball swung on and missed by Robinson. Count 1-1. Lamson's gone to that fastball a vast majority of times. Another breaking ball swing and a miss by Trayvon Robinson, keeping him off balance in the count 1-2.
Now, Mitch Lamson, I say it all the time, obviously off air. I'm not on the broadcast a whole lot. He's just a crafty lefty. I love watching him throw. I love watching him hop on the mound and just do his thing because I think him and Darryl at this point, at this point of the season, they're pretty interchangeable. I'm happy with those two guys in the 1 and 2 spots. 1-2,
breaking ball just a little low in the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, bottom 4-0 Blue Crabs. Nobody on for the Barnstormers. And again, let's just see if we have any updates in the YouTube chat to see who has answered. We have an answer from Donnie Geeky. Let's just see what we're going to go here. Just give us a second here. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss from Trayvon Robinson. He can't believe it. Throws his bat in disgust as he swings and misses at a pitch in the dirt. That ends the bottom of the 4th inning. But let's stay here for just through the break to get through some of these answers in our YouTube chat. Who but Brian Hauk has joined us, still rocking the EDM music in between innings, I see. Brian, we are. I hope you enjoy it.
I'm looking at the comments here. First off, hi, Bert, meow. And then hello to Brian Hauk. Hello, Wes Mumper. Hello to you guys. Thank you all for saying hi to me. I love being on the broadcast.
Brian Hauk said 12 50-plus home run seasons. Judah Yes says 11. Tom Himmons says he's watching from La Plata. Go Blue Crabs. Tom and Carol, well, we're happy to have you with us. What's the status of the uniform change at the start of the game? So it was the Barnstormers who changed from the black uniforms to the white uniforms. It was all very confusing as to why that had all happened. No one quite knew. And there were some from Lancaster who were very disappointed that they were the ones who had to change the uniforms. Blue Crabs Diehard said Barry Bonds only had one 50-plus home run season. Donnie Geeky said, I'm pretty sure Bonds only had 1 year when he hit 73. Don't think he had more than 50
Austin,
any other season.
You pulled out one of your trick questions, didn't you? You made me think it's going to be 8, 9-plus home run seasons.
And Tammy Shipley said, agree with Donnie. I think that was part of the debate on how he hit 73. You're right on.
You're the worst.
It was one 50-plus home run season from Barry Bonds. We'll go to break. Stevie, thanks for coming on the broadcast
I don't even know if I want to hop off at this one. I'm just mad at you. Nah, I'm going to hop off the broadcast. Now, I appreciate all of Crustacean Nation listening in as always. Thank you guys for always, Austin, always allowing me to come on the broadcast, talk about Blue Crabs baseball, doing something I'd love to do. You're doing a great job out here, and I'm excited to watch the rest of this game.
Thanks, Stevie. Have fun. Hopefully the Blue Crabs can keep this up. It doesn't look like we're going to break because Wolanski's about to step in, but we have someone who's going to step off. It's Stevie Bowen. Stevie, thanks for joining us.
Thank you guys as always. I'm hopping off.
Well, here comes Michael Wolanski as he faces off against Brooks Hall. 4-0 Blue Crabs, top 5. Pitch, breaking ball in there for a called strike on Michael Wolanski in the count 0-1. Against the righty who hit the ball very hard both times to the plate. He has a single and a line out to center. And the 0-1 pitch a little low and in. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out. Top 5 will be Wolanski, followed by Zach Collier and David Harris. The 1-1 pitch. Hard fastball a little bit outside in the count 2-1 from Brooks Hall on Michael Wolanski. And now the 2-1. Big swing and a miss. Fastball at 96 from Brooks Hall as he powers up the heat and fires it past him. Count 2-2. Well, let's give you some updates from around the Atlantic League. 2-2 pitch, swinging a high chopper over to shortstop, fielded by Jake Hoover. He fires to first in time to get Wolanski by a half a step, and there's one away in the top of the 5th inning. So back to that other game. It's High Point now in the top of the 5th inning, still has a 5-3 lead over Gastonia. We talked about this earlier. If High Point wins this game and they split in Gastonia, the Rockers will have the final 3 games of that series at home. Just got to win 2 out of 3 at home instead of having to deal with all the games on the road there. So now it's Gastonia who's forced to win 2 out of 3 on the road if they can't come back tonight. And the first pitch to Collier, low in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. With 1 away in the top of the 5th, he roped a double to right center his last time up. 5th inning, Blue Crabs 4 runs on 7 hits. Lancaster no runs on 3 hits. The 1-0 pitch, a wave and a miss in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. And the 1-1 pitch, a little upstairs, count 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, Tammy says we need another trivia question. We'll try to come up with one. A couple of folks back with the Blue Crabs who oftentimes will help me out with these. That one I just got today. 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, count 2-2. So our official scorer, Blaine Pilkerton, frequently helps us out with some of those trivia questions. So trivia, if you want to, Blaine, if you want to either send one to me and I'll send it out, or if you want to write the group chat yourself, or if anyone else has a trivia question, we'd be happy to go with that as well. 2-2 pitch, big wave and a miss from Zach Collier, and there are 2 away. Kevin Cullens, who also helps out, he is the stringer with Major League Baseball that does all the connecting there so that all the numbers are updated properly. And he also does the scoreboard from time to time. Also helps us out frequently with those trivia questions. 2 away after the strikeout to Zach Collier, and here comes David Harris with 2 away in the top of the 5th inning. 4-0 Blue Crabs over Lancaster. Harris waves his bat back and forth. And the first pitch. Low and away, and gets past the catcher, Chris Proctor. In the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Let's give you an update on the pitch count from Brooks Hall. He has really recovered. I mean, it was a really bad start for Hall. 4 runs on 4 hits in the first inning. But across 4 2/3, only 77 pitches. And we said this at the time, there was a chance he could work through 5 or 6. And right now, and the pitch fouled back behind home plate. The count, 1 ball and 1 strike. If he's gone, let's say 80 pitches by the time this at bat is over, or this will be the 80th pitch, so maybe 82 or 83 even from Brooks Hall. You know, he's looking on track to get to 100 pitches after 6 innings. Well, pitch number 80 is enough to get strike 2 as a big wave and a miss on a breaking ball low and out of the zone. Count 1 2 now on David Harris. Base paths are empty. Now the 1-2 offering. That's a wave and a miss. Strike 3 as Brooks Hall gets back-to-back swings and misses from David Harris to end the top of the 5th inning. The Blue Crabs retired in order 1, 2, 3. For now, Mitch Lampson is rolling. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's 4-0 Blue Crabs on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at 11,370 Days Court. That's 11370 Days Court, Waldorf, near the Waldorf Shoppers World Shopping Center. Call 301-932-9200 to make a reservation or look us up at ihg.com or on the IHG app. Come put your feet up and enjoy the complimentary free breakfast and indoor heated pool at the Holiday Inn Express, Waldorf.
Well, we go to the bottom of the fifth inning, and the pitch is popped up from Anderson Feliz in foul territory. It finds the seats in the count 0-1. Anderson Feliz. It'll be Feliz followed by Barfield and Hoover. 4-0 Blue Crabs in the bottom of the fifth, the 0-1. That's low in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike in the bottom of the fifth. Couple of comments to get to in the YouTube chat. Jester to make you laugh says, greetings everyone. Well, greetings Jester. And Jester said, I've been watching and went to comment and realized they hadn't signed in. And the pitch, ground ball over to second on an awkward spinning ball. It's fielded by Volansky, and he fires the first in time nonetheless. And there is one away in the bottom of the fifth inning. JD West says, when are we going to get a Wallpaper Wednesday with Ryan Haug? You know, I just texted the front office, JD, and we're going to see what we can do for you. Because after the series that Ryan Haug's been having, he certainly deserves a Wallpaper Wednesday. We'll see what we can do for you, all right, JD? We do have a trivia question for you. The trivia question comes courtesy of Blaine Pilkerton. What team holds the record for most hit batters in a single season? Pitch, swing and a miss from Jacob Barfield, the right-handed hitter. And the count 0-1, a breaking ball. Now it's falling low and away. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out, 4-0 Southern Maryland. 4 runs on 4 hits in the top of the first. The difference right now, pitch, swinging a high pop-up, shallow center field, long run for everyone. Collier coming in, he makes the catch just overhead for the second out, as he had a lot of ground to cover, as he made sure that ball wasn't going to fall in shallow center field. 2 up and 2 down from Mitch Lamson here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Lamson has thrown 51 pitches through 4 2/3. And it sort of begs the same question that last night's start with Darrell Thompson did. If Mitch Lamson continues to pitch this well, you really almost have a surplus of riches there, but do you go with Andres Briseño in the ninth? Do you go with Dykstra in the 8th? Do you go with a guy like Connor Law or Patrick Baker in the 7th? And the pitch to Jake Hoover. Breaking ball is low in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. But let's see if we have any answers to that trivia question. 1-0 pitch. This one popped up down the right field line, tailing foul. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. And so Jester to make you laugh says the Pirates. Now a bit of a hint on the question tonight. The record was just set tonight at 106 batters in a season. 1-1 pitch is away, count 2 balls and a strike. So this team just set the record tonight with 106 batters hit in a single season. It's a lot of batters. 2-1. Foul back in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tammy Shipley says the Mets. We'll give you the number for the Blue Crabs this year as well. As Blue Crabs have been hit 115 times this year. Wow. And the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, Hoover down on strikes. We have more on that hit by pitch question when we come back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Another 1-2-3 inning from Mitch Lamson. We go to the top of the 6th inning. It's the Blue Crabs who have a 4-0 lead over Lancaster.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it. Well, we are back in the top of the 6th inning. Blue Crabs 4 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 0 as Joe DeLuca digs in. And the first pitch to DeLuca, swinging a hard ground ball over to second. Well fielded by Melvin Mercedes. He fires to first in plenty of time, and there is one away in the top of the 6th. Got a few more answers to our trivia question today. Comes courtesy of Blaine Pilkerton, our official scorer, who says, what team has the most hit batsmen in a single season? The record was set today at 106. And we have answers from Tammy Shipley. She said the Mets. Jester, to make you laugh, has said both Pirates and A's. Judy Yes says the Mets, and Justin Reside says the White Sox. Pitch called strike on Santiago Chirino. And the count 0-1. 0-1 pitch. Popped up toward right field. It is the right fielder, that's Shawan Dunston Jr., who comes in and makes the catch, and there are 2 away. So quickly, 2 up and 2 down in the top of the 6th for Santiago Chirino. And here comes Jared Walker with 2 away in the top of the 6th inning. So going back to that last point, 106 hit batsmen for the New York Mets. That is the team. We just gave it away. Well, the answer is Mets here in the 6th inning. So you get your answer a little early. I was actually going to hold that for an extra moment there. The record set by the New York Mets today. So we got some good answers in today. Hopefully we didn't have any more guesses coming our way. But the answer to our trivia question today, the New York Mets set the record with 106 hit batsmen. The Blue Crabs have been hit 115 times this year. Pitch popped up, foul, third base side, and the count 0-2 now on Jared Walker. Now, it makes good sense because Ryan Haug has been hit 29 times. David Harris has been hit 11 times, and Jared Walker has been hit 15. That right there is 55 hit batsmen. Now, the rest of the team has combined for another 60. 9 from Wolanski, 4 from Yetzko, 4 from Sundberg. Just add them up, and eventually you find yourself at 60 more hit by pitches. Pitch comes inside and right on cue. Jared Walker is hit by a pitch. That one clips him down by the ankle. And there's a runner on first base with 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. So there's your answer. Mets. They've been hit 106 times as a team. And Ryan Haug will dig in. Well done, Tammy. Did not Google it. Just got it right up. And thank you, Blaine, for the trivia question tonight. As there's a runner on first base with 2 outs for Ryan Haug. Shows bunt, pulls back, and takes a strike. Call made by Silvio Martinez. So the count is 0-1. Now, I heard from our front office, they said that it's going to be next week when Ryan Haug gets his truly deserved Wallpaper Wednesday. Got to wait till next Wednesday. Runner goes, pitch, up and away, throw down a second, not even close. A stolen base from Jared Walker. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Ryan Haug as Jared Walker takes off for second and steals second base successfully. Back in the regular season, Jared Walker had 15 stolen bases, was 15 for 16 in that category, ranked 4th on the team in stolen bases behind Sundberg, Lee, and Baca. 1-1 pitch, wave and a miss, count 1-2. Did have the highest stolen base percentage among qualifiers, though. Again, at 15 for 16. As Baca was 20 out of 23, and Braxton Lee was 19 out of 21. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Ryan Haug goes down swinging on a fastball from Brooks Hall, who's really come around here after a very tough start to this ball game. As he has now thrown 91 pitches across 6 innings. Could we see him back for the 7th? We'll have to see, but the Blue Crabs still lead this one 4-0 as Mitch Lamson returns to the mound for his 6th inning of work. first pitch to Chris Proctor, a little bit low and away as we are underway in the bottom of the 6th inning. Count 1 ball and no strikes from Mitch Lamson on the lefty Proctor. Pitch. That's away as well. Count 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls, no strikes, no outs. And the 2-0 pitch. Line drive. This one up the middle for a base hit. The Lancaster Barnstormers bats were very quiet for a couple of innings there. As they did not have a hit since the 3rd inning. As Chris Proctor with base hits at back-to-back at-bats now. Gets the 6th inning started on the right note. Now, again, we talked about how it doesn't seem like Stan Clyburn is going to be waiting around for a starting pitcher to figure out what's going on if he's starting to struggle, especially at this point in the ball game where you can go Baker, Law, Dykstra, Briseño. So despite the fact Mitch Lamson's only thrown 60 pitches, as the pitch is low and the count 1 ball and no strikes, if Lancaster gets a run or maybe gets that second one across, I don't think Mitch Lamson's got the longest leash in the world, despite the fact he's pitched incredibly well up until this point. If things start to falter in the 6th, the end of the road might be coming shortly. Pitch. Fouled off, third base side, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. When you've got a bullpen that dominant, it just makes good sense that you're not going to try to push something. It's not there. Especially with guys like Baker and Law, who have been so consistent recently, before you go with guys like Dykstra and Briseño, who have a combined ERA of .6. And the 2-1 pitch. The 1-1 pitch is upstairs, count 2-1. I mean, at this point, it's been get to Dykstra and Briseño, and that's it. I mean, Dykstra has not allowed an earned run across 11 innings, and Briseño's got a 0.75 ERA.
Attention please, Harley Mendenhall, please report to fan services.
Shawan Dunston Jr. digs back in. Runner on first base and nobody out. Two-one. Ground ball over to first. Feeling on the backhand, diving play from DeLuca. The throw to second. They got him. Oh, bang, bang play on the fielder's choice to second base. Terrific play. The second base umpire, that's Frederico de Jesus, was right there on the play, and he called him out at second base. There is one away. And here comes Melvin Mercedes. So there is one out now in the top of the 6th inning. In front of a packed house tonight in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Pitch, line drive, right field. That one's going to find the outfield for a base hit. Fielding it quickly, it's Walker who gets that ball in very quickly, and Santiago Torino plays that ball on a bounce into third base. So runners on the corners as Melvin Mercedes goes the other way with one out in the bottom of the 6th inning. And now things are starting to go well at the plate for the Barnstormers. And Daryl Thompson just jogged over to Stan Clyburn in the dugout. I'm not sure if they're going to go with a mound visit or they're just going to get someone officially up and throwing. And you'd have to imagine that you want to get someone up sooner rather than later. And if you don't use them, you don't use them. But the ability to go with guys like Law and then to go to someone like Baker without that much of an issue would be a big move. Now, Daryl Thompson walks out to the top step. He's walking out to the bullpen. And he's going to relay that message down there. And I'm not sure what the issue is now, as it's the home plate umpire, Silvio Martinez, who's talking to somebody in the dugout, and someone was just thrown out. And now a couple of guys have been thrown out. Proctor runs out of the first base umpire, Warren Nicholson. So Chris Proctor's been ejected from the ballgame. There were clearly some words. Silvio Martinez is yelling back at him. This is unbelievable. I have not seen anything like this. A player this heated, this recently. Silvio Martinez went over to the dugout. Warren Nicholson threw him out of the ball game. And now Ross Peoples, the manager for the Barnstormers, is really upset with Warren Nicholson, the first base umpire. They're having a discussion. Either way, Chris Proctor happened to be held back by his teammates as they are screaming at each other. Silvio Martinez and Chris Proctor, and that was about to get really, really bad as Chris Proctor was fired up. Proctor behind the plate tonight, so that will change. It'll be, I'd have to imagine, the change will be as Michael Baca is going to go for a bathroom break amidst all of this. But I'd have to imagine that they're going to go back to Anthony Peroni behind the plate now that Proctor's thrown out of the ballgame. And now Shawan Dunston Jr. having a conversation with, of all people, Daryl Thompson about all this. I can't say I was expecting to see Shawan Dunston Jr. complaining to Daryl Thompson about the call on the field. And now it's Andretti Cordero who's talking with Ariel Sandoval, along with Melvin Mercedes. The three of them having a conversation in foul territory down the first base line. 4-0 Blue Crabs still to score with a runner on second base and one out. Whatever happened, clearly Chris Proctor was in the dugout. He's the catcher tonight, was screaming over at the first base umpire, Warren Nicholson, and the home plate umpire, Silvio Martinez. And Silvio Martinez went over and pointed at him, and then Warren Nicholson said he'd heard enough, he threw him out. And then all of a sudden, Proctor went from angry to absolutely livid. And amidst all of this, there are still runners on the corners, I should say, with one out. Runners on the corners with one out. And it's a 4-0 Blue Crabs lead. So now the action of the bullpen will start. It's Connor Law who is warming up in the bullpen here in the 6th inning. He's up and throwing. So again, we talked about a short leash for someone like Mitch Lampson despite his strong start. There just isn't that much room to work with. And here comes Andretti Cordero. First pitch to Cordero popped up, foul territory. It's Joe DeLuca who gives chase but will run out of room as that one falls about 5 rows deep down the first base line. So after the fielder's choice, that allowed Shawan Dunston to reach. A single from Melvin Mercedes. Runners on first and third with one out for Andretti Cordero, who some point to as the league MVP. And the 0-1 pitch, that's low. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Mercedes, or I should say Cordero, a terrific hitter at the plate. Either him or Courtney Hawkins will win the MVP this year. Hawkins hit 48 home runs as the 1-1 pitch is away, and I beg your pardon, is over to first base. Count still 1-1. Runners on the corners and one out. Here's the pitch from Lampson. Breaking ball, big wave and a miss. How about that pitch from Mitch Lampson, getting a swing and a miss from Andretti Cordero. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bottom 6, Blue Crabs 4, Lancaster nothing. With Shawan Dunston Jr. leading off of third base. It's Melvin Mercedes from first, the 1-2 on the ground over to second, could be 2. Flip to second for 1, back on to first, 4, 6, 3, double play. In time to get Cordero by a couple of steps. The Barnstormers pressure. They had their best opportunity of the ball game with runners on the corners and one out, and Andretti Cordero grounds into a double play to end the bottom of the 6th inning. The Blue Crabs still have a 4-run lead as we go to the top of the 7th here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. You don't want to go anywhere. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at 11,370 Days Court. That's 11370 Days Court, Waldorf, near the Waldorf Shoppers World Shopping Center. Call 301-932-9200 to make a reservation or look us up at ihg.com or on the IHG app. Come put your feet up and enjoy the complimentary free breakfast and indoor heated pool at the Holiday Inn Express, Waldorf. We are underway in the top of the seventh inning. Check swing from Michael Baca. They motion down to first base, and Warren Nicholson says he held up. 4-0 Blue Crabs in the top of the seventh inning, as there is now a new pitcher on the mound for the Lancaster Barnstormers. It is Gray Fenter who enters for Lancaster. Now hold the Baca before the game about the uniform change, and then from there an issue with Chris Proctor as the pitch is low and away. Count 2-0 now on Michael Baca. Two balls, no strikes, nobody out. As Baca will be followed by Jack Sundberg and Michael Wolanski. The 2-0 pitch is low and in, and the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Baca steps back in. On the year, Gray Fenter, a 2-1 record, 2.95 earned run average, and the 3-0 pitch called strike right around the belt high, and the count 3-1. 21 in the third innings, 18 hits, 7 earned runs. He's walked 6 in that time frame, so not major control problems. 6 walks over 21 innings, not so bad. 3-1 pitch, swinging a high pop-up first base side, foul territory, and it finds the seats. And the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. A 4-6-3 double play from Andretti Cordero to end the top of the 7th inning. We'll be joined by Jacob Dunaway in the bottom of the 7th inning. Always excited to bring on folks from the Blue Crabs front office. We had Wes Mumper, the visiting clubhouse manager, on yesterday. 3-2. Low and away. It was awfully close. Ball 4 as the pitch just missed to Michael Baca. And it is a walk, and there's a runner on first base now with nobody out, as Gray Fenter fell behind in the count 3-0. And once you fall behind in the count 3-0, you're playing with fire. Anything can happen at that point. You can't be surprised when you don't get a call on a pitch that's just barely off the plate. And Sundberg will dig in.
Our track man had that last pitch borderline to the bottom of the zone. Pitch called strike on the outside corner, and the count 0-1 on Jack Sundberg. Sundberg is 1 for 3 today. Has struck out once in the process. Blue Crabs 4 runs on 7 hits. And what's really impressive about what the Blue Crabs have been able to do tonight is it's not a bunch of guys getting 2 or 3 hits. It's all but 2 batters in this lineup have 1 hit tonight. Pitch a little away, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Sundberg with a runner on first base and nobody out. Sundberg 1 for 3, Wolanski 1 for 3. Collier the only one with 2 hits. He's 2 for 3. Harris 1 for 3. DeLuca 1 for 3. Chirino is 0 for 3 with an RBI. Pitch, big wave and a miss. That is a really hard swing from Jack Sundberg, but he fans on it. The count 1-2. So Chirino 0 for 3. Walker 0 for 2. Haug is 1 for 3, and Baca is 0 for 2 with a walk. But again, 2 of the guys who have no hits, Walker and Baca, have each reached base on either a walk or hit by pitch. And Chirino has an RBI. So every single player in this lineup playing a role for the Blue Crabs tonight, either with a hit, an RBI, or reaching base in another way. Pitch fouled off third base side, and the count remains 1-2. And that's what this lineup looks like when it's at its best. Consistency up and down the lineup, everybody chipping in. This is not a Blue Crabs team that's led by one guy that has its Courtney Hawkins, that has its Andretti Cordero, or its Alejandro De Aza. 1 through 9, this lineup is very, very strong. Fenter, 1-2 pitch, hard line drive to right field, base hit. Baca pulls on the brakes at second. There are runners on first and second and nobody out in the top of the 7th inning. A little extra breathing room could go a long way for the Blue Crabs. Have 4-0 lead. If that 4-0 lead turns into a 6-0 lead, things are very, very different. The real strength for Lancaster here is they've got such a deep bullpen. When you go one guy after the next, after the next, after the next, it is just endless supplies of guys who have an ERA in the high 2s or low 3s. With runners on first and second and nobody out. Fenter comes set. And the pitch. It's low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Michael Wolanski, who's 1 for 3 today, ripped a single into left his first time up. He's a guy who hits the ball incredibly hard. And the 1-0 pitch upstairs, snap throw down to second, and Sundberg dives back into first safely. Count 2 balls and no strikes, though. So we talked about Gray Fenter. He walks Baca. He allows a single to Sundberg. And now behind in the count, 2-0 to Wolanski. When you put yourself in a hole like this, behind in the count, you force yourself to throw strikes, likely out over the middle of the plate. Or you risk walking the bases loaded with still nobody out in the top of the 7th. There is action in the bullpen for Lancaster. It's a little bit of a tight angle from our vantage point, but I did see someone up and throwing earlier. 2-0 pitch, wave and a miss at a high fastball. I'm honestly surprised Wolanski swung 2-0. I thought he might have the red light on with Fenter struggling to throw strikes. And the 2-1 pitch, that's low and away. Count 3-1.
Please, Ray Spitzley, please report to the Fan Service Center.
3 balls, 1 strike. With Baca on second and Sundberg on first base, you'd have to think that Gray Fenter might not have much longer in this ball game. He walks Baca. If he walks Wolanski here, I think that's going to be the end of the rope. And if you're in Lancaster's point of view, already behind 4-0, runs tough to come by. 3-1 pitch, foul back. And the count 3-2. So again, if you are the Barnstormers, you can't afford to go down 5-6 runs and think you're going to come back against either Mitch Lamson or this Blue Crabs bullpen. 4-0 is one thing. You know, you get a 2-run shot at some point, you get yourself back in the ball game. But the bullpen, that's a different situation altogether, dealing with guys like Baker and then Dykstra and Briseño. You're going to try to give yourself a chance to come back in this ballgame. 3-2 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up foul. First base side, that finds the seats. And that was the 6th pitch of the at-bat to Michael Wolanski. And it's Chase Johnson who is warming up in the bullpen for the Lancaster Barnstormers. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Fenter. Here's the 3-2. Upstairs, ball 4. A walk to Baca, a single from Sundberg, and a walk to Michael Wolanski. And the bases are loaded with nobody out. Is Ross Peoples going to make the move? No sign yet. Is it going to be the pitching coach? And it will be Mark Johnson who comes out to have a chat with his pitcher, Gray Fenter. That's honestly a little surprising to me. I thought that would be the hook for Gray Fenter after this performance, with the middle of the lineup coming up no less, with Zach Collier, who's 2 for 3, the only batter in this order who is 2 for 3, followed by David Harris. And with this brief stoppage in play, we are joined by Jacob Dunaway. Jacob, thanks for coming on.
No problem, Austin. Thanks for having me. I will say my voice is a little scratchy from doing all those chants last night during the game, so I'm going to give it my best shot.
All right, well, Jacob, we had Staff Appreciation Day on the last day, the last regular season home game. What happened there? You didn't come on the show.
Staff Appreciation Day, yeah. You know,
Did you miss the memo?
A lot of my game day duties are down on the field, and so I couldn't make it up there, but I'm glad to be on here now. So.
Well, we're happy to have you now with runners on the corners and nobody out. A bases loaded and nobody out, I should say. First pitch, breaking ball up and away in the count, 1 ball and no strikes on Zach Collier. Were you a little surprised to see they did not take out Gray Fenter there?
I was. You know, in a game 2 like this, it's pivotal, especially when you're down 0-1. And he loaded up the bases with no outs. I'm surprised they didn't pull him there.
Count 1-0 on Collier. And the pitch, swinging a line drive foul, third base side. That one is going to get onto that grassy hill. In foul territory. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Let's get to some more of those YouTube comments. Donnie Geeky says, I think you should talk to the players and see what they think about the rule changes for 2023. Great idea, Donnie. We've been going through the pregame shows. We've been doing a lot of the Your Opinion segments where we ask, where would an MLB team go if they left Canada and the U.S.? What city, what country are they going to? We've heard a lot of Dominican Republic, Mexico, England. We've heard some from Japan as well. But that's a great one. We will do that for our next pregame show. 1-1 pitch, hard line drive foul, right field side. That one was smoked off the bat of Zach Collier, foul on the count, 1-2. So we have Orioles fan who says, Lancaster was my first Atlantic League game. Rick Wise was their manager or the player coach. We thank everybody for tuning in tonight. And the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Well, I guess it makes sense. They keep Gray Fenter in the ball game, and he strikes out Zach Collier. 1 away in the top of the 7th. So the decision from Ross Peoples not to pull Gray Fenter, but instead to keep him in the ball game pays off.
It does. That is a big strikeout for Fenter. Load the bases with no outs, and to get that one now, ground ball double play is definitely in play, and hopefully he doesn't, but it's looking like he has a chance to get out of this.
Well, David Harris will dig in from the right side. David Harris 1 for 3 today, and you really couldn't ask for anybody better at the plate right now. And the pitch, that's low in the dirt. Well blocked by the catcher, Anthony Peroni, after Chris Proctor was thrown out of the game earlier. I don't know if you happened to catch that, but just a bunch of commotion over at first base.
I did catch a little of it. It looked like he was still arguing the call when he got called out at second, and maybe they had seen something in the dugout that made him a little fired up.
Either way, count 1 ball and no strikes on David Harris. Pitch on the ground over to short. Could be 2. Hoover to second for 1. Back on to first. 6, 4, 3, double play. Gray Fenter loads the bases, and he gets out of the jam. A strikeout and a 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. The Blue Crabs load the bases and score none. That ends the top of the 7th inning. Time to get up and stretch here. It's the 7th inning stretch. When we come back, it's the bottom of the 7th inning. Let's see, is Mitch Lamson on his way back to the mound? We'll find out when we come back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, Ariel Sandoval will get the Lancaster Barnstormers started in the bottom of the 7th inning. Sandoval, Robinson, and Felice, 4, 5, and 6 in the Lancaster lineup for Mitch Lamson to deal with, who does return for his 7th inning of work. First pitch skied high in the air to left center field, not all that deep, as Collier drifts back in front of the Fast Signs Lancaster advertisement in left center to make the catch for the first out. One away in the bottom of the 7th, 4-0 Blue Crabs over the Barnstormers. And let's have a brief conversation just between us for now on that comment from Donnie Geeky, who says we should talk to the players, see what they think about the MLB rule changes. What do you think about the MLB rule changes, Jacob? Have you heard about them?
The ones that were just proposed in the latest meeting?
Yeah, the ones that were basically confirmed. They had the pitch clock coming in, the larger bases. Those were the primary 2. And the shift as well. That was the 3rd one, another major rule there. Pitch looked pretty good, but maybe a little outside to Trayvon Robinson in the count. 1 ball and no strikes from Mitch Lamson on the righty. 4-0 Blue Crabs with 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. So what do you think? Let's start with the shift. Start with the shift.
The shift is a tough one.
1-0 pitch. This one lifted in the air to center field once more. Collier drifts back. He's in front of the warning track and makes the catch for the 2nd out.
You know, the shift is really, it's a tough one for the old-timers who like to see the game played how it was meant to be played. But there's also the element of strategy that I think is smart in a shift, and I think we've been seeing in recent years players like Bryce Harper have been exploiting it by bunting it into the outfield and getting a double.
Right, and I think that's exactly what everybody who says keep the shift, or keep the shift, allow players to play where they want to play. Well, then it's on the batter to decide, okay, what do I have to do to beat this? And the pitch down to Anderson Feliz is a called strike, count 0-1. It will be very interesting to see if some power hitters and pull hitters have their batting averages absolutely explode because of this. 0-1 pitch, big wave and a miss again from Anderson Feliz, because it brings into question a second point here, which is, okay, you can't have your feet on the outfield grass. Where is the first baseman and second baseman going to play? I'd have to think the second baseman will still be shifted over on the same side of second base, of course, just closer to the first base side, because that's where the batter normally hits it, as the 0-2 pitch is upstairs, count 1 and 2.
There'd definitely still be a slight shift that you'd see within the rules. So.
Right. 1-2 pitch, popped up foul, first base side, count 1 and 2. Well, the Atlantic League banned the shift in past years, and what you'd see is you'd have the shortstop or second baseman play basically directly behind second base whenever teams were going to shift. So if it's a left-handed pull hitter, the shortstop would be behind second, and the second baseman would be a little over to one side. 1-2 pitch was awfully close, but a little bit low maybe. Anderson Feliz in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. I'd like to see what our TrackMan says for that pitch. Yeah, a little low, it was out of the zone. Pitch, line drive, shallow right field. This one gonna bloop in, it does, it falls for a base hit. Just out of reach from Michael Wolanski, a 2-out bloop single off the bat of Anderson Feliz. And sometimes you just get a little bit lucky.
That is true, and in true Mitch Lamson fashion, he's going to give up some hits, but he's going to keep those runs down. That's why I was excited about seeing him pitch in this ballpark tonight, being left-handed and having the short porch and right. I was looking forward to getting to see him throw the balls away from the left-handed hitters, because it's been pretty obvious the last few games we played here that they do love trying to hit it to right field.
You're always trying to go to right here. Lazy fly ball gets out of the ballpark, which is why pitchers are so cognizant of that they're pitching around where batters can easily hit the ball the other way or hit the ball to right field. Pitch a little bit away now on the righty, Jacob Barfield, to count 1 ball and no strikes. So after a fly out from Sandoval and a fly out from Robinson, both to center field, it's a single and a blooper to right off the bat of Anderson Feliz. Pitch, swinging a high fly ball, right field deep. This ball back at the warning track, at the wall, it is gone. You talk about going over the wall and right, a 2-run shot from Jacob Barfield. And all of a sudden, the Lancaster Barnstormers have cut the deficit to 4-2. You have to wonder just how much longer the lead is for Mitch Lamson, if it is any longer, and it is not. Stan Clyburn comes out to the mound. That will do it for Mitch Lamson. He makes the call to the bullpen. It will be Patrick Baker coming in for Mitch Lamson. As it is a 4-2 ball game. He's not going to wait around. It's the call to the bullpen. Patrick Baker enters for Southern Maryland with 2 outs and nobody on in the bottom of the 7th inning. A 4-run first helps out. The Blue Crabs still have a 2-run lead, 4-2 over Lancaster. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ryan Haug, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Jake Hoover steps in against Patrick Baker in the bottom of the 7th inning. 4-2, Blue Crabs over the Barnstormers. Pitch, high fastball up and in to Hoover. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. 96 on the fastball from Baker. Blue Crabs have a couple of guys who throw really hard, namely Baker, Briseño, and Dykstra, and they're the guys who you'd probably see 7, 8, 9. 1-0, upstairs, count 2-0. What Baker has been able to do as far as control is concerned is really quite something so far this year. He did struggle a little bit for the first time in a long time in his last outing on Sunday, when he went an inning and allowed 2 runs. 2-0 pitch, foul back. The count, 2 balls and 1 strike.
And that's been a bonus with having Darryl Thompson and Mitch Lampson on the mound in back-to-back nights, is they're touching 85, 87, and then you bring these relievers in who are throwing mid-90s, and it's just a completely different game for the batters.
No doubt about it. Great point there. It's completely different as far as velocity is concerned and what you've been seeing all day. And now the 2-1. Breaking ball. Did he go? Check swing. And he did, according to Warren Nicholson, the first base umpire. I think that's the right call. It looked like he went around. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Base paths are empty as Patrick Baker trying to get Jake Hoover here for the final out in the bottom of the 7th. Baker gets a sign from Ryan Haug. Hoover, the 8-hitter, digs back in. 2-2. He buries a breaking ball. And the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Wasn't anywhere near the strike zone that time. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. As the Blue Crabs have a 4-2 lead over Lancaster in a ball game where they led the entire way. Now here in the 7th, things starting to get a little bit shaky. 3-2. Baker the pitch. It's away, it's ball 4. Runner on first base with 2 outs. All of a sudden, things really changing here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It's as simple as a swing of the bat from Jacob Barfield, an opposite field 2-run shot from the righty. Jake Hoover walks, and now we get to the 9-hitter. And it's Anthony Peroni who has to come and pinch hit for Chris Proctor, who was thrown out of the game earlier. In an argument he had with somebody. It was unclear who he was yelling at. Either way, Silvio Martinez, the home plate umpire, said that's enough. First base umpire Warren Nicholson ended up throwing him out, and then it looked like he wanted to come out and fight everybody. He was held back by his teammates, luckily. But the tying run at the plate here in the 7th, pitch a little bit away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Certainly making this game interesting. There's no question about that.
It almost looked like Patrick Baker tried to overthrow that 2-2 pitch, and it carried over into the payoff as well.
Yeah, 1-0 pitch, that's away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Now there's a worry of how long do you wait if Patrick Baker is struggling. James Dykstra, I believe, is up and working. Yeah, he's stretching out right now. And Daryl Thompson says that it's time to get Dykstra up and throwing, and Dykstra takes the hoodie off. Mike Falsetti jogs out there to the bullpen, and they're going to start having James Dykstra throw. I don't think that Baker gets more than 1 batter. You got to face 3, but I think if Baker does not get either Peroni or Dunston, that's going to spell the end of the road probably. Pitch, that's away. 3-2, very close on a breaking ball. He's not missing wildly in this at bat. Everything is just a little bit away.
Yes, and I go back to what you said about them pulling him, and I think if he loads up the bases, they're going to have to. It might not be the worst thing, Dykstra coming here straight from AAA.
Now, Dykstra has not allowed an earned run yet. He has allowed a couple of unearned runs. 3-0. That's away. Ball 4 looked pretty close, but a couple of walks here from Patrick Baker, and now Ryan Haug is going to have a conversation with Baker. I'm a little surprised you haven't seen Daryl Thompson here at least have a chat with him. I mean, I know that you got Dykstra warming up here, but you'd like to have Baker be able to finish this inning and allow Dykstra to come in the 8th inning, and now here does come Daryl Thompson. No, he was coming out there. It looked like he got to the top step and then ran back in.
That is one thing I have noticed, this being my first season, is Daryl does not visit the mound all that often.
No, he really doesn't. It's usually things have already gone very, very poorly, and then it's time to come out. There's one thing I think that might be helpful. He come out a little earlier before things have gone completely sideways. Either way, tying run on base now for Lancaster, and I think that Dykstra understands that this is it. Last batter here for Baker one way or another. Pitch, that's low, count 1-0. And for him to understand that if Baker walks Dunston or allows a hit or anything here, that he's coming out of the game in favor of Dykstra.
You would have to think that.
Runners on first and second, 2 outs. 1-0 pitch is low and in. Count 2 balls and no strikes. And he's completely lost the zone here, it looks. 10 balls, 2 strikes here. As Shawan Dunston Jr., and now it's going to be Daryl Thompson who comes out to have a chat with Baker.
As there is a vehicle, a white Nissan Sonata in the front lot. Pennsylvania license plate HPA 9788.
Is that 7 straight balls since he spiked that 2-2 pitch into the dirt?
Yeah, no, I think it's 8 straight balls. So it's about time, I think, that we had a conversation here with Daryl Thompson. I think just the first thing, just settle down. You know, I know it's a high leverage situation here in the 7th inning, but take your time and throw some strikes. And speaking of mound visits, I mean, Thompson didn't have a single visit with Lamson, so this is the first one in the 7th inning. So it's not as though you're handicapping yourself down the stretch for mound visits. Baker, the 2-0. That's upstairs. These are all close. It's not like he's missing wildly here. I thought that might be a called strike, but the 2-0 did not get the benefit of the doubt from Silvio Martinez, and the count 3-0. First and second, 2 outs. Could that have been a turning point in the series? We'll have to see. The Blue Crabs trying to keep them at bay. 3-0 pitch. That's a called strike. I think Baker just threw a put me over straw fastball. That one clocked in at just 92.
I'm seeing these pitches come in on the radar, and I will say the umps have been pretty good in these past 2 games.
They've been really, really good. I have to back you up on that one. 3-1 pitch. It's close. It misses low and in. It's ball 4. Matt Latos over from the Blue Crabs bullpen throws his arm up saying, where did that miss? It looked like it was a little low and in. We'll have to let you know on the TrackMan. But that will do it. Stan Clyburn made the call to Patrick Baker. He did not get a single out. It's time for James Dykstra to enter the ball game for Southern Maryland. That will do it. Patrick Baker faces 3 batters. He walks all 3. has not had a lot of control issues recently. The control issues come back to haunt him now.
Yeah, that makes you think it's got to be the pressure. I mean, he's been money most of the season. He had a sub-1 ERA for a large portion, and I think this might have been too big of a moment for him.
Well, Patrick Baker has that conversation with Silvio Martinez. They're jawing back and forth. He's saying you missed some of those pitches. That last one shows, according to TrackMan, it was low. Very, very close. Either way, the bases are loaded. James Dykstra does not find himself in an easy position. Either way, he's got to work out of this 7th inning. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it. Well, we certainly have ourselves with our hands full here. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. New pitcher enters the game. It's James Dykstra after Patrick Baker walked 3 consecutive batters. There's not much else the Blue Crabs can do. They go to their 7th inning guy with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, and he falters. And now the first pitch. That's a called strike on a fastball from James Dykstra that touches 96. And the count 0-1 on Melvin Mercedes. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The Blue Crabs have gone to their best guys. I think that Stan Clyburn's made all the conventional decisions here. Count 0-1 on Mercedes. Dykstra, time is called now, as Mercedes will dig back in. But he goes with Lamson until Lamson runs into trouble. Lamson has trouble in the 7th, allows a 2-run home run. Goes to Baker, who's been the 7th inning guy all year. Baker struggles. Go to Dykstra here. Pitch. Foul back, count 0-2. So at least Dykstra's finding the zone. You can't afford to throw a couple pitches out of the zone. What you don't want to do, though, with the bases loaded, is throw anything too far in the dirt that Howe can't handle. So here on the 7th, after Ariel Sandoval flied out and Trayvon Robinson did the same, Felice singled, a 2-run shot from Barfield. Hoover, Proctor, and Dunston all walk. Count 0-2 on Mercedes. Pitch, ground ball to first. That ball is called. What a diving stop by DeLuca at first base. They got him. Oh, he dove to the bag. He got DeLuca at first base. What a terrific defensive play by Joe DeLuca. He saves the ball game. What a play by Joe DeLuca. He dove to stop that ball down the right field line. He gets up, he dives to first base, and beats the runner, Melvin Mercedes, for the final out in the bottom of the 7th inning. What a play by Joe DeLuca in the field. He's normally a catcher. His play at first base is what saves this ball game for Southern Maryland. That would have tied it easily. Probably gives Lancaster the lead. Instead, the Blue Crabs still ahead 4-2 in the 7th. Don't go anywhere.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at 11,370 Days Court. That's 11370 Days Court, Waldorf, near the Waldorf Shoppers World Shopping Center. Call 301-932-9200 to make a reservation or look us up at ihg.com or on the IHG app. Come put your feet up and enjoy the complimentary free breakfast and indoor heated pool at the Holiday Inn Express, Waldorf.
Well, Joe DeLuca comes to the plate in the top of the 8th inning after saving 2 runs at least on a diving stop and then diving to first base to get the out. Enzo was a very stressful inning for all Blue Crabs fans. The pitch, a breaking ball, swing and a miss. New pitcher, it's Chase Johnson who enters for the Lancaster Barnstormers. How about that play from Joe DeLuca? Chase Johnson comes set. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a foul ball off of the inside of his right ankle. And DeLuca, that one's got to hurt. Just misses his shin guard, which was protecting that part of his leg, but didn't wrap around far enough, I guess. No balls and 2 strikes with the base paths empty for Joe DeLuca. For the numbers on Chase Johnson, he was 2-7, a 4.40 ERA. Through 59 innings, allowed 39 runs, 29 earned runs. Control was a bit of an issue, 37 walks across the 59 innings. 4-2 Blue Crabs. Score holds. Count 0-2 on DeLuca in the top of the 8th. Pitch comes low and in, almost hit him. And the count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. And DeLuca steps back in. Chase Johnson set after burying the breaking ball. 1-2 offering. Ground ball over to first base, fielded by the first baseman. That's Andretti Cordero, who trots to the bag, and there is one away. One out in the bottom of this, in the top of the 8th inning, I should say, for Santiago Chirino, who's still searching for his first hit of the postseason. 0 for 3 today. He was 0 for 3 yesterday. Does have an RBI today and was walked once yesterday. But 0 for 6, and not characteristic at all from the righty, who was one of the best contact hitters in the Frontier League and now here in the Atlantic League. Line drive kind of guy, not going to knock the cover off the ball, but a very good alley-to-alley hitter. Pitch is low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes now on Chirino. Walker on deck. Chase Johnson, the 1-0 pitch. That's low, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Blue Crabs got that one big inning. Aside from that, the bats have been silent as far as driving and runs are concerned. Blue Crabs had 4 runs on 4 hits in the first. By the time the 4th inning rolled around, they had 4 runs on 7 hits. Here in the 8th, they've got 4 runs on 8 hits. Pitch, line drive foul, first base side, and the count 2-1. Blue Crabs had the bases loaded in the 7th inning. Nobody out, couldn't get a run in. Strikeout from Collier, a double play ball from Harris, and that ended things. And the 2-1 is low. But 2-2, I now count 3-2 on Chirino. I beg your pardon, the count 3-1 now. And now the pitch fouled off. Now it's 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 away in the top of the 8th inning. 4-2 Blue Crabs over Lancaster. So a full count on Santiago Chirino. Pitch, foul tip off of his ankle, I believe. Again, another one of those painful balls, and he's able to walk it off without too much pain. With Jared Walker on deck. And that one is certainly not going to feel good for Santiago Chirino, and he's one of those guys that does not wear the shin pad, the shin guard. I'd imagine he's been hitting that spot many times and just finds it too uncomfortable or something. This current pain is worth it. The 3-2 pitch. Line drive foul over to the tarp on the third base side, and the count remains 3-2 on Santiago Chirino. For the Blue Crabs, 4 runs on 8 hits. For Lancaster, 2 runs on 7 hits. 2 walks from Lancaster's pitching staff, 3 from the Blue Crabs, all 3 from Patrick Baker. 3-2 pitch. Away, it's ball 4. So runner on first base now with 1 out for Jared Walker. He'll be followed by Ryan Haug as the Blue Crabs look to generate some more offense here. And Walker is 0 for 2 tonight. He's been hit by a pitch once. Number of comments here about Joe DeLuca saving the ball game. Sometimes what you do in the field is more important than what you do at the plate. And the pitch, line drive. This one into left field. It's a base hit. After the walk to Chirino, it is Jared Walker who goes opposite field for a single to left. And there are runners on first and second with one out. And it's Ryan Haug who will come to the plate. Haug 1 for 3 today. He was 3 for 4 yesterday. And 3 for 4 on Saturday as well. And the righty's got a shot to drive in a run here and give the Blue Crabs a little more padding as James Dykstra, I would say it's almost certain he'll be entering the game in the 8th. And Matt Hibbert will enter the game in place of Jared Walker. Gets a fist bump and exits. It's an interesting move from Stan Clyburn. I'd have to imagine it's more of a defensive replacement than an offensive replacement here in the final 2 innings. And saying we need our best defenders out there for the 8th and 9th. And Hibbert might or might not get one more at bat in this ball game, but a defensive play more important at this stage in the ball game, especially since he just came to the plate. 2-run lead for the Blue Crabs. Ryan Haug at the plate. And the first pitch to Haug. Line drive, right center field. This one drops for a base hit. Chirino around third. The throw to the cutoff man, Mercedes. The throw comes into second base. Chirino scores. Everybody's safe as Hibbert dives back in safely at second. An RBI single from Santiago Chirino. And the Blue Crabs have a 5-2 lead in the top of the 8th inning. Oh, exactly what the doctor ordered. An RBI single from Ryan Haug, who continues to produce at the plate. Wow, what an at-bat from Ryan Haug with a line drive to right field. A base hit that scores one, and the Blue Crabs have a 5-2 lead. Talk about a guy that is performing here in the playoffs. 3 for 4 yesterday, 2 for 4 today, 3 for 4 on Sunday. And the pitch called strike on Michael Baca. And that's just a little more breathing room. Makes you that much more comfortable, and you're going back to your 8 and 9 guys with Dykstra and Briseño. Hibbert dancing there behind the pitcher, Chase Johnson. One run in, one out. Top of the 8th inning. Johnson has found himself in trouble. Just when Lancaster looked like they were going to get back in this game, cut the deficit from 4-0 to 4-2. It's now a 5-2 game. And the pitch. Called strike, count 0-2. That was a pitch that was right down Broadway there, but Baca looked at it as a fastball at 96 after the previous pitch, a slider at 86. 10 miles an hour faster with some real heat on it. I think it froze Baca. Oh-2 pitch. Little away, count 1-2. That was really close. Joe DeLuca right now saved the ball game for the Blue Crabs. DeLuca's 1 for 4 with a 2 RBI triple back in the first inning. And he had a 2-run saving defensive play. It was really 2 plays in one. First making the diving stop, then having the presence of mind to get up and dive to the bag. 1-2 pitches low, count 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
Don't even try it.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners on first and second. 5-2 Blue Crabs after the RBI single from Ryan Haug here in the top of the 8th. Game 2 of the North Division Championship Series, and the Blue Crabs are on top. Here's the 2-2 to Baca. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Your attendance tonight, nearly 3,800 in the building, 3,796 to be precise. And after the strikeout to Baca, still runners on first and second with 2 outs as Jack Sundberg will enter the game, and it looks like Chase Johnson will exit the ball game as Ross Peoples has seen enough. He's going to make the call to the bullpen. When we come back, runners on first and second with 2 outs on the top of the 8th.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it. Jack Sundberg will step in. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Barnstormers decided to go lefty on lefty with 2 outs and 2 on. 1 run already in for the Blue Crabs as Cam Boozer enters the ball game. Sundberg 2 for 4 on the evening. And the Let's Go Jack chants from just over the Blue Crabs dugout, and the pitch is low and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Cam Boozer enters, making his first appearance here in the postseason. In the regular season, 11 2/3 innings, 6 earned runs, 10 total runs though. 1-0 pitch, that's low. Oh, that's not a strike, it looks low, oh my. Either way, not much protest surprisingly from the Blue Crabs. Maybe it was just my angle, but it certainly looked low. Was borderline. It's called a strike though by the home plate umpire Silvio Martinez, who's been pretty good so far. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. And the pitch. Called strike 2, and Sundberg doesn't like it. He thought that pitch was low and away. That one touched 100 from Cam Boozer on the scoreboard.
radar gun. We'll have to see what it was on the TrackMan. It's the first time we've seen anything hit 100 over there. 98, and it was outside according to TrackMan. That one was really close, just off the outside edge though. One-two pitch upcoming to Jack Sundberg. That's low, and the count 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on for the Blue Crabs. And Cam Boozer throwing some serious heat out of the bullpen. Boozer pitched earlier with Double-A Amarillo. The Sod Poodles. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on for the Blue Crabs. They lead 5-2. Pitch. Swinging a ground ball through the right side, a base hit. They're going to send Hibbert around third. The throw to the plate is going to be a throw all the way into third base. It scores Hibbert from second, and the Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead. An RBI single from Jack Sundberg as he rips it into right and scores Hibbert from second base. The throw from right field came to third base as they were wondering if Hal was going to go to third. Wasn't a good throw anyway. It was a cannon of an arm from Shawan Dunston Jr., but it was offline. And it's 6-2 Blue Crabs. Runners on first and second, still with 2 outs, and an opportunity for Michael Wolanski to break it open. But still, you got Dykstra warming up. Or if Dykstra, I'd imagine, coming back to the mound, he's going to have a few warm-up tosses. You generally don't want your relievers to have to sit down and then warm back up. You could send them back out to the bullpen, but it's a bit much. Walk all the way out there and then walk back in from the pen. First pitch breaking ball, and Wolanski went chasing for it in the dirt. The count 0-1. 6-2. A little more comfortable for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Now in case Blue Crabs have some trouble with Dykstra in the 8th, which hasn't happened yet this year. You can always go back to Briseño in the 9th, and the Blue Crabs in a really good position here in the top of the 8th inning, up by 4. Still 2 on and 2 out, so they're not done yet either. 0-1. Low and in the count, 1-1 on Michael Wolanski. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs on Michael Wolanski, who will dig in from the right side. Cam Boozer set, the lefty. With runners on first and second, the 1-1 pitch. That's a little low, looked pretty close from our vantage point, but the count 2-1. Sometimes our vantage point can be a little deceptive of what looks like it's a strike and what doesn't. And we're mostly going off of, what's the catcher's mitt look like? Where is it moving? What was the last thing we saw as it crossed home plate? And the 2-1. That looked inside, and the count 3 balls and a strike. Three balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Cam Boozer came in to replace Chase Johnson. He immediately allowed an RBI single to Jack Sundberg. He's now behind in the count, 3-1 on Michael Wolanski. Hasn't thrown anything in the zone to Wolanski. He swung and missed at a pitch low and out of the zone for strike 1. 3-1 now. That's fouled back, hard fastball. And the count 3-2. It is interesting to see the radar gun out in center field compared to the radar gun on TrackMan. TrackMan's radar gun has him right at 95, 96, touching 97 once. The radar gun out in center field has him at 94 one pitch, 100 the next pitch. I mean, really all over the place. The TrackMan had him as high as 97.8. That's the fastest he's thrown tonight, but out in center field, they'd have you believe he's thrown 100. 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. Runners going. It's low and in. It's ball 4. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. As Zach Collier will come to the plate with 2 outs. Collier 2 for 4. He has struck out twice. Blue Crabs 11 for 33 on the day. Hitting the ball .333, you're going to win a lot of games. When you're scoring 6 runs, you're in business. Cam Boozer. First pitch to Zach Collier. A little bit upstairs in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Bases loaded and 2 outs. Boozer generally does well against lefties. They only hit 182 off of him. And the pitch to Collier popped it up foul behind home plate. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. On the other hand, against righties, Boozer has a .294 batting average against. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs. 6-2 Blue Crabs over Lancaster with the bases loaded. Boozer set. Here's the 1-1. Low and in, count 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Blue Crabs with 2 massive insurance runs here in the top of the 8th inning. And Justin Reside says Crabs on the pond once more. Paul Carter, let's go Blue Crabs. Judah says, Haug the man. After he had an RBI single earlier in this inning. Pitch, swinging a high pop-up, shallow left. It is the shortstop, Hoover, way out onto the outfield grass, who makes the catch overhead for the final out. The Blue Crabs strand 3, but they score 2, and now lead this ball game 6-2. As we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, James Dykstra back on the mound. Mike Falsetti will do the warm-up catching for the Blue Crabs, as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs look to hold on to a 4-run lead and sweep the first 2 games on the road here in Lancaster. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at 11,370 Days Court. That's 11370 Days Court, Waldorf, near the Waldorf Shoppers World Shopping Center. Call 301-932-9200 to make a reservation, or look us up at ihg.com or on the IHG app. Come put your feet up and enjoy the complimentary free breakfast and indoor heated pool at the Holiday Inn Express, Waldorf.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's James Dykstra who faces off against the heart of the Lancaster Barnstormers batting order. Andretti Cordero will get things started. He'll be followed by Ariel Sandoval and Trayvon Robinson, 3, 4, and 5. And the first pitch. Fastball, maybe a little in the count, 1 ball and no strikes on Cordero. Cordero had a big hit yesterday. Came off of Blue Crab starter Darrell Thompson. 1-0. Fastball called strike on the inner half. The count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Now, funny enough, to give you an idea of how far off the radar gun on the screen is and how far off these two are, we'll get to it after this pitch. 1-1, low and away, breaking ball. And the count 2-1. They had a pitch at 93 miles an hour from James Dykstra. And our TrackMan had that same pitch at 79.5. Gives you an idea. It was a slider. It wasn't even a fastball, according to our TrackMan. 2 balls and 1 strike as the 1-1 missed. Now the 2-1 pitch. Up and in on a fastball at 96. And the count 3-1 now from Dykstra on Cordero. Now you got a little bit of breathing room now, right? You don't have the same situation you did prior where you have to worry about, okay, we'll get to it after 3-1 pitch. That's upstairs. No longer have the tying run come to the plate because you walk the first batter, and now that's exactly what James Dykstra does. He walks the first batter of this game in the 8th inning. And, if you're going to walk anybody, you might as well walk Cordero. Not the worst batter to walk. Behind in the count, just at some point you say, forget about it. Dykstra across 11 innings has walked 4 batters. Walked 9 across 28. It's not very many walks. So walks haven't been a major issue for the righty, but Baker fell into the same issue earlier today. First pitch called strike now on Ariel Sandoval at 95. Going right down the middle to Sandoval. No balls, 1 strike, nobody out. And the 0-1 pitch. That's upstairs, count 1-1. You're going with that high fastball, and then you got like the rib twist and the hip twist, just trying to get the idea the ball is coming up at you or coming in on you. Both Andretti Cordero and Ariel Sandoval have been trying the same sort of trick, that the ball's inside or up and in, trying to show that to the umpire. But Silvio Martinez has been calling a pretty good game up until this point. One ball, 1 strike. Briseño up and throwing as the 1-1 is a called strike. 97 on the outside corner. One ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runner on first base in the bottom of the 8th inning. 6-2 Blue Crabs. That's your score line. Here is Dykstra. The 1-2 is inbound. Breaking ball, swinging a high fly ball, left center field, deep but not deep enough as Collier drifts back and makes the catch for the first out. At Regency Furniture Stadium, that might be deep enough, but certainly not here in Lancaster, where that wall in left center is probably 390. And with plenty of room to spare, Collier was there to make the catch. There is one away. Now, that 2-run home run now was hit earlier in this ball game. Off the bat of Jacob Barfield, went 337 feet. That certainly would not have been deep enough in Southern Maryland. It may have very well been a fly out, and then it would have been 4-0 going into the top of the bottom of the 8th here. The pitch That's a called strike, swinging strike, I should say, from Trayvon Robinson. Count 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out, 6-2. Blue Crabs over Lancaster. Well, after Dykstra walked the first batter, he's come back and attacked here and counts 0-1. Now the pitch. Check swing, did he go? Motion down to first. No, he did not. Count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Glad that everybody could join us here in the bottom of the 8th inning, a 6-2 ball game. A 1-1 pitch. Ooh, a little up, count 2 balls and 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike, 1 out on Trayvon Robinson. Runner on first base with 1 out. Dykstra the pitch. Really close. Call the ball. Dykstra wanted the called strike. And Trayvon Robinson does the move where he moves his hips out of the way as if it's coming inside on him. That was probably a strike. We'll have to see what the TrackMan says. That was really borderline. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. And again, having that extra breathing room really important. Well, you'd have to imagine if things go south for Dykstra, he's gonna come in the game. 3-1 pitch, a little away. It's ball 4. And there are runners on first and second with 1 out. And Anderson Feliz will come to the plate. Feliz, who bats 6th in the order for Lancaster, digs in from the left side. 2 on and 1 out. Well, James Dykstra has had his own control issues so far. 17 pitches, 9 balls, 8 strikes. Pitch, swing a high fly ball, rather deep to left center. Collier back, he's in front of the warning track. He makes the catch. Throw comes into second base. Meanwhile, tagging from second to third, it is Andretti Cordero. So runners on the corners with 2 outs. And now here comes Jacob Barfield, who hit the 2-run home run his last time up. That chased the Blue Crabs starter Mitch Lamston from the ball game. So here comes Jacob Barfield. Runners on the corners and 2 outs. 6-2 Southern Maryland. Again, Barfield 1 for 3 with a 2-run shot to right. It was only hit .337, but plenty deep enough in right field. Pitch, ground ball through the left side, a base hit. It's Cordero who scores from third. An RBI single. It's a 6-3 ball game. In the bottom of the 8th inning, it's the first earned run that James Dykstra has allowed since starting his time with the Blue Crabs. And Darryl Thompson is letting Andres Briseño know we got to speed this up out there in the bullpen because I'm not sure Dykstra has any longer here. This might be it for James Dykstra as the batter, Jake Hoover, is the tying run. And now there is a meeting at the mound. I'm not sure if this is a stalling tactic before manager Stan Clyburn's going to come out to the mound and make the pitching change. He might have one more batter. And Dykstra is looking directly down at that bullpen. I'm not sure if his mentality is you can take me out of the game now, or if it is, let's try to get this all figured out. There was some sign that came from the dugout to let him know that this is the situation. Either way, the tying run now at the plate with Jake Hoover. Over on second base. It is Trayvon Robinson from first base, Jacob Barfield. Well, Barfield comes through again, a 2-run home run in the 7th inning, and here in the 8th, He has an RBI single, and that's going to do it. So we will not, in fact, see James Dykstra face another batter. It will be Andres Briseño who enters. As they got the information needed down to Andres Briseño, they said, let's get going here. We're not going to wait any longer. It's the Blue Crabs star closer, Andres Briseño, who enters with 2 outs in the 8th inning tonight. He went 1/3 of an inning last night. The Blue Crabs are going to ask him to get 4 outs tonight as they lead 6-3 with runners on first and second and 2 outs. Briseño jogs in from the bullpen. It is game 2 of the North Division Championship Series. The tying run will come to the plate for Lancaster when we come back, and the Blue Crabs go to Andres Briseño. Do not go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the Blue Crabs go to their best. It's Andres Briseño. He's, in all likelihood, the best pitcher in this league. He comes in with a 0.76 ERA throughout the course of the regular season. He needs 1 out here in the 8th, and then he'll need 3 outs in the 9th. The Blue Crabs wanted to give him just a clean 9th inning to work with, but Dykstra struggled, and the first pitch is a breaking ball that comes up and in, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. So runners on second and third. It's Trayvon Robinson from second base. And it's Jacob Barfield on first. After Cordero reached via a walk, Sandoval flied out, and the pitch called strike. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on a fastball from Andres Briseño. 95 on the fastball that time from Briseño. One ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. How about that pitch from Andres Briseño? as it drops off a cliff, and Hoover swings through it. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 outs on Jake Hoover as Briseño will try to strike him out. One-two pitch. Breaking ball runs up and in. Count 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. On second base, it's Robinson. From first base, Barfield. Briseño, the 2-2. Really close fastball just off the outside corner. In the count now 3 balls and 2 strikes, and Briseño at risk of walking Jake Hoover. This one really going to make you sweat it out if you're the Blue Crabs fan. In the bottom of the 8th inning, 6-3. It's the Blue Crabs over the Barnstormers. But the tying run at the plate, and if he walks Hoover, the tying run on base, the go-ahead run at the plate in Peroni. Briseño steps off the mound at 3-2. Gonna regroup. This is playoff baseball. This is what you're gonna get. The 3-2 pitch from Andres Briseño. Runners go, swinging a high fly ball, center field rather deep. Collier back, he's in front of the warning track where he makes the catch for the final out. Hoover gave that ball a ride. A hard fastball was very much in the zone, and a long fly out to center field. Briseño retires the final Lancaster batter, Jake Hoover, to get out of the jam. The Blue Crabs lead 6-3 as we go to the top of the ninth.
Southern Division Championship Series, game number 2.
Well, Jake Hoover hit the ball well in the bottom of the 8th inning with runners on first and second, but merely a long fly out caught by the Blue Crabs center fielder Zach Collier. It's 6-3 Southern Maryland in the top of the 9th inning as David Harris digs in. Donald Goodson, the first pitch. Fastball. That one on the outer half, and it's a called strike. Count, no balls, and 1 strike. Count 0-1 on Harris. Here's the pitch. Low and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. 6-3, the Blue Crabs over Lancaster. 4 runs in the first. Lancaster made it 4-2. The Blue Crabs made it 6-2 in the top of the 8th. And the 1-1 pitch, Harris goes fishing for it, and the count 1-2. And Lancaster got a run back in the bottom of the 8th. So 6-3, better than 4-2. That's what the score was at the end of the 7th inning. After a 2-run home run, the bases were then loaded. 1-2 pitch is inside, count 2-2. The bullpen, which has been the most consistent piece for the Blue Crabs all year, has struggled tonight. They've gone an inning and a third. They've only allowed 1 run, but 6 base runners. As the pitch, wave and a miss, breaking ball, and David Harris bites on the breaking ball from Donald Goodson. Across the course of the season, Goodson was 1-0 with a 5.36 ERA, 47 innings, 28 runs, 31 walks. The walks numbers very high for Goodson. And it is interesting to see the way that the Barnstormers are utilizing their relief pitchers. I mean, Goodson, a guy, again, whose ERA is north of 5.5, and they're happy to put him out here in the 9th inning in a 3-run game here in the North Division Championship Series. And look, his numbers have been better recently. Really struggled in April and May, and the pitch is low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. The end of May, his ERA was 10.8. And his numbers in September, a 3.86 earned run average, but still, Goodson's had an up and down year. 1-0 pitch. A little inside in the count 2-0. And the idea here has to be from Ross Peoples that Goodson has figured it out. His numbers much better recently, and I'm willing to buy into that. In between July, August, and September, his ERA probably a shade below 3. Goodson, it's a sign from his catcher, Anthony Peroni, after Chris Proctor was thrown out of the game. Pitch, ground ball through the right side, a base hit. Well, Joe DeLuca with a 2 RBI triple back in the first inning. He robbed 2 runs on a diving play at first base defensively, and now he comes through with a base hit with 1 out here in the top of the 9th inning. 6-3 Southern Maryland with a runner on first base and 1 out. The Blue Crabs looking to take a very commanding 2-0 lead in the North Division Championship Series. First pitch called strike. And the 0-1 delivery. That's inside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Santiago Chirino. Now, big note on that other game that's in progress right now. We've talked about it on a couple of occasions, but it's worth mentioning again. Game 2 between High Point and Gastonia has gone final. 1-1 pitch now. Swinging a line drive to left. First hit from Santiago Chirino here in the postseason as he ropes a liner into left field. And the Blue Crabs have runners on first and second with 1 out. Back to that last point. High Point beats Gastonia 11-4. That series now tied at 1. And while it is very close in proximity between those two cities, High Point will have the final 3 home games in that series. So if High Point can win 2 out of 3 at home, that's it. Gastonia decided they were going to have the first 2 games at home and go on the road for the final 3. And if you win both at home, you're all set. you're in a good position as the first pitch called strike on Ryan Haug. If you don't, you're in a lot of trouble. You don't want to find yourself in a situation where you have to win 2 out of 3 on the road. Now, if the Blue Crabs can hold on tonight, it's definitely an if. The Blue Crabs will need Briseño to shut down the bats in the 9th inning. Pitch, big wave and a miss. The count 1 ball or no balls and 2 strikes on Hibbert. If the Blue Crabs can win tonight, well then Lancaster has to run the table, go 3-0 on the road. That's very difficult to do, obviously. Blue Crabs have Marathon going on on Friday, and Butler going on Saturday. 0-2, breaking ball, swing and a miss. Hibbert off balance, strike 3 as he was ahead, and there are 2 away in the top of the 9th. A trio of swinging strikes on off-speed pitches from Donald Goodson. Hibbert looking fastball every time, and he got a healthy diet of 3 breaking balls, all of which he swung early on. And there are 2 away. And now here comes Ryan Haug. Haug's been really good. 5 for 8 so far in the postseason. If you include the game on Sunday, he's 8 for his last 12. Pitch, that's away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Tonight he's 2 for 4. Had the game-winning home run and additional runs scored yesterday. He scored both the Blue Crabs runs in the 2-1 win. Solo home run to left, and then scored an insurance run in the top of the 9th inning that the Blue Crabs would end up needing in the 2-1 victory. Donald Goodson steps off the mound. Top of the 9th inning, 2 outs, 6-3 Blue Crabs. 6 runs on 13 hits for Southern Maryland. With runners in scoring position, they're 4 for 17. Not great, but a lot better than they were yet last time around. Last night when they were 0 for 7. Pitch low in the dirt, count 2-0. And if I told you this team has a chance to go 2-0 after starting the series 4 for 24 with runners in scoring position, I'd tell you no way. I mean, they have 4 hits with runners in scoring position, meaning they need to get outstanding pitching, and the bats really need to be clicking when there aren't runners in scoring position to get them big hits, and that's what's happened here. 2-0 pitch. Called strike on the outside corner, count 2-1 on Haug. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Haug at the plate. DeLuca on second. On first base, it's Santiago Chirino, who just notched his first hit of the postseason. 1 for 8 in the postseason. Pitch, line drive, shallow left. This ball falling, and it falls in front of the left fielder. And now the throw to the plate is not going to be in time. Fell in front of Trayvon Robinson. It's a bloop single for Ryan Haug. Everything going his way. The Blue Crabs have a 7-3 lead now in the top of the 9th inning on a blooper to left. Trayvon Robinson played it on a hop. He fired to the plate. It was late. And another RBI from Ryan Haug, who again has to be your player of the game. We had him last night as our player of the game, but he keeps on coming up clutch in key situations. Wow, how about this? And now it's Michael Baca who will come to the plate. And the first pitch, check swing foul, first base side. And the count 0-1, 7-3 Southern Maryland. Blue Crabs got swept by the Lancaster Barnstormers over the weekend. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They've got a 4-run lead in the top of the 9th inning after winning game 1 yesterday 2-1. And the pitch, wave and a miss as Baca was way ahead on an 84-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch. Count 0-2, top 9. Chirino on second. Haug on first. 0-2 is low. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blue Crabs up 4 in the top of the 9th. Andres Briseño will go back to the mound for the bottom of the 9th inning as he tries to put the Lancaster Barnstormers away. One-two delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Haug down swinging. That ends the top of the 9th inning. The Blue Crabs get an insurance run, an RBI single from guess who? Oh, it's Ryan Haug who comes through again. Haug is 9 for 13 at the plate over the last 3 games, and the Blue Crabs have a 7-3 lead with Andres Briseño coming to the mound for the bottom of the 9th inning, trying to put this one away.
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Anthony Peroni digs in from the right side to face off against Andres Briseño in the bottom of the 9th inning. Blue Crabs 7 runs on 14 hits. They added an insurance run in the top of the 9th inning as Briseño is going to try to put down the Lancaster Barnstormers here in the bottom of the 9th. The first pitch, fastball low and away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes from Briseño. We got the final out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Didn't come easily, though, as it was a long fly out to center field. 7-3 Southern Maryland. That fastball is in there for a called strike, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. The first fastball at 94. Second fastball, a little more velocity on it on the inside corner. And the 1-1 pitch, breaking ball. Is that not a called strike? Oh my, count 2-1. Maybe missed inside. From our vantage point, though, looked pretty good. 2 balls and 1 strike on Anthony Peroni, the catcher. Peroni walked in his only plate appearance. And the pitch on the ground towards second. Oh, to go bad hop off of the lip of the grass and over the glove of Wolanski. There is a very pronounced lip of the grass on the outfield. And it hopped over the glove of Wolanski on what would have been a play he probably could have made. But a base hit for Anthony Peroni, and back to the top of the lineup now for Lancaster. And it is comforting to know the Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead here in the bottom of the 9th inning. If there's a day the bullpen really just has not had it, it is tonight. Patrick Baker walked the 3 batters he faced. And from there, the Blue Crabs went to James Dykstra. Pitch here is a little bit away. The count 1 ball and no strikes on Shawan Dunston. Well, either way, Dykstra ran into trouble himself. He went 1 inning. He allowed 1 hit, 2 walks, and a run. And now the pitch. Ground ball through the right side. It's a base hit. Shawan Dunston singles into right. There are runners on first and second and nobody out for Andres Briseño. He has not allowed 2 hits in a game more than once all year. And here comes Melvin Mercedes with runners on first and second and nobody out. 4-run lead for the Blue Crabs, but certainly making Southern Maryland sweat. And there's really nowhere to go after you go to Briseño. I mean, theoretically, you go to Connor Law, but Law hasn't been the guy that the Blue Crabs have used to close out ball games. Pitch inside on a fastball, count 1-0. So a fastball inside against Melvin Mercedes. And the 1-0. That's a called strike, but they're gonna call a balk. Oh, a balk against Andres Briseño, who is having a bit of a tough time tonight. Runners on second and third and nobody out. Tying run on deck, and it's Andretti Cordero, who many put as the MVP of the Atlantic League. And he's getting the reason that the balk was called from the second base umpire, Federico de Jesus. Now, Briseño allowed 4 earned runs all year long across 47 innings. 1 ball and no strikes on Melvin Mercedes. And the pitch. That's inside, count 2-0. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a meeting on the mound from Darrell Thompson at some point. This is your guy. It's Andres Briseño is your guy. No questions about it. He was 10 out of 11 in save situations. Really 10 for 10, though, as he was given a blown save in the 8th inning when he didn't come in and pitch the 9th. It was actually a win for Matt Latos. Pitch called strike after showing bunt. 96 on the fastball that time. The count 2 balls and 1 strike on Melvin Mercedes. You have to wonder if Briseño throwing and then sitting down and then throwing again, if that had anything to do with this, but 2 in scoring position, nobody out. Pitch, line drive foul, third base side, and the count 2-2. For Andres Briseño, you surrender a run, it's all right. Even 2. I mean, you have this 4-run cushion, and that's what's really nice. That you don't have to keep the Barnstormers off the board here in the 9th. The problem is that Andretti Cordero's on deck, and the last thing you want is a base hit here, and then Cordero has a chance to tie the game. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Oh, how about that slider? A beautiful pitch that cut down and in on Melvin Mercedes for strike 3. Wow. 1 away. And here comes Andretti Cordero. Runners on second and third and 1 out. Well, first a walk to the 8-hitter, Jake Hoover, or beg your pardon, to the 9-hitter. It was Anthony Peroni. A single from Shawan Dunston. A strikeout now to Melvin Mercedes. Breaking ball on the first pitch to Cordero. It's a called strike. A really nice breaking ball from Andres Briseño to get things started against Cordero. Briseño, the 0-1. Low on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike to the righty Andretti Cordero. Over on third base, it is Anthony Peroni. From second, it's Shawan Dunston. And a 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, count 1-2. So a single from Dunston, a strikeout to Melvin Mercedes. And now it's Briseño ahead in the count, 1-2 on Andretti Cordero. Cordero, we mentioned it many times before, just how good of a player he's been this year. He had a big hit yesterday. Pitch, ground ball over to third base. It's going to roll foul. That is a foul ball. That was very clearly foul. And Santiago Chirino just sort of kicked it into foul territory. He gloved it this time. He sort of threw it into foul territory. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning. 7-3 Blue Crabs. That's your score, but 2 in scoring position for the Barnstormers and their top hitter at the plate. Cordero just 1 for 7 in the postseason, but that hit came at a massive time. It was last night. It was 2-0 Blue Crabs with a runner on first base, and Cordero went off the wall and right, nearly homered, and cut the deficit to 2-1. Has an opportunity to do the same here to cut the deficit within 1 as the count 1-2. Pitch. Swinging a high pop-up, shallow center field. Everybody going to run for it, and it's Collier who dove. Did he make the catch? No, he trapped it. A run's going to come in and score. Oh, my. As he trapped it on third base. And let's see what's going to happen here. They're saying, did he make the catch? And the Blue Crabs are saying, no, he made the catch. And now they're saying, no, he did not. He trapped it. The first base umpire, Warren Nicholson, said he did not make the catch in center field. And now Stan Clyburn's going to come out to have a meeting with these managers. It's a 7-4 ball game now. The tying run does come to the plate on a bloop single from Andretti Cordero. And it will be Trayvon Robinson, Ariel Sandoval. And the umpires do agree it was a trap out in center field. And I think that it's probably the right call. That instead of making the catch, the ball bounced and then went into the glove of the center fielder. That's Zach Collier tonight. 7-4 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Oh, it was going to be interesting tonight. No question about that. Had to be interesting. Runners on first and second for Ariel Sandoval. On a pitch way up and in, Andretti Cordero just sort of pushed it into center field. You're gonna allow bloop hits. I mean, those are just gonna happen. You can't really do anything about those. Did not get a good piece of hitting on it, but enough to muscle it into center field for a single. So runners on first and second, 1 out. Ariel Sandoval is the tying run. And the first pitch inside, count 1-0. And now everybody's starting to sweat a little bit. 7-4 here in the 9th. Blue Crabs scored 4 runs in the first and 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th for Lancaster. Blue Crabs scored 2 in the top of the 8th, 1 in the bottom of the 8th from Lancaster, 1 in the top of the 9th for the Blue Crabs, and now 1 here in the bottom of the 9th from Lancaster. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, fastball, and Sandoval is swinging out of his shoes, count 1-1. .96 on that last fastball. Velocity not where it's been at times this year for Briseño at 96 to 98. He's been 95, 96 most of the night here, 94 a couple of times. Runners on first and second. On second base, it's Dunston. First base is Cordero. 4 runs on 11 hits for the Barnstormers tonight. Give you an idea of how well Lamson pitched. 6 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, 3 strikeouts. Baker did not get an out. He walked 3. Dykstra walked 2. He allowed 1 hit, allowed 1 run. Briseño in 2/3 of an inning has allowed 3 hits. They haven't all been the hardest hit balls, but still 3 hits. 1-1 pitch. Swinging a high fly ball. Right field deep. This one back to the warning track at the wall. It's a tie game. It's a tie game. The Barnstormers have tied it in the 9th off of Andres Briseño. Ariel Sandoval goes deep to right, and this ball game is tied at 7. Oh my goodness. Andres Briseño has allowed 4 earned runs here in the 9th inning. He's allowed 4 earned runs all year, and this ball game is tied in the 9th. Oh my goodness. Ariel Sandoval has gone deep in the 9th inning. It's 7-7. Oh my goodness. This ball game has gone absolutely sideways for the Blue Crabs. Oh no, really, really devastating. A 7-7 ball game, and look, it's Andres Briseño's game, and he deserves this spot. The first time all year he's really faltered like this. And the pitch, swing and a miss, count 0-1 on Trayvon Robinson. Oh, that one really hurts. Really, really hurts for the Blue Crabs. They're going to need extra innings to solve this. Oh, this is really heartbreaking for Southern Maryland as pitch to Trayvon Robinson is low and in, count 1-1. Things have gone disastrously wrong for the Blue Crabs here in the 9th. Disastrously wrong. 4 runs from Lancaster on a 3-run shot over the short porch in right field. 7-7. Briseño has struggled tonight. 1-1 pitch, fastball, swing and a miss, count 1-2. Everybody's going to have a game like that. It just so happens that Briseño's really tough one happened to be in Game 2 of the North Division Championship Series. And from here, you got to wonder who's the option in the top of the 10th if the Blue Crabs get there, or the bottom of the 10th. Probably had to think about Connor Law. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, as Trayvon Robinson swings and misses at strike 3. They're 2 away in the bottom of the 9th. But Ariel Sandoval tied the ball game here. And Anderson Felice will come to the plate. 4 runs here in the 9th from the Barnstormers. Seven to 7. We haven't seen Andres Briseño struggle like this once this year. The pitch, swing and a miss, count 0-1. Not to this extent. 1 inning, 4 runs, all 4 earned. He struck out 2 in this inning of work, but wow. 0-1 pitch. It's a called strike, count 0-2 on a breaking ball. And the 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. High fastball beats Feliz, but Andres Briseño, they finally get to him. And he allows 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. This ball game's tied at 7. We go to the top of the 10th.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Come stay at the Holiday Inn Express Waldorf, where teamwork makes the dream work. A proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and your home away from home. The Holiday Inn Express is located at 11,370 Days Court. That's 11370 Days Court, Waldorf. near the Waldorf Shoppers World Shopping Center. Call 301-932-9200 to make a reservation or look us up at ihg.com or on the IHG app. Come put your feet up and enjoy the complimentary free breakfast and indoor heated pool at the Holiday Inn Express, Waldorf.
Well, the Blue Crabs are not done yet. It's a 7-7 ball game. We go to the top of the 10th inning. No runner on second base here in the playoffs. Also, this is important to note, the Blue Crabs had Connor Law up and throwing back in the 6th inning. They now have him throwing up in the 9th inning, or 10th inning, I guess we're in. Top of the 10th. It's kind of crazy to think, but it's Sundberg who gets things going. It's a brand new game. First pitch is up and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. This one might be a late one, as it is 10:30. 1 ball and no strikes on Sundberg. It's brand new. Start this ball game all over again. 1-0 from Tunnel. That's low. Count 2-0 on Jack Sundberg. At this point, all you need is a run, and whoever's going to get it for you, it doesn't really matter. It's anybody. It's all hands on deck, though. And what is an absolutely wild ball game. 7-7, top of the 10th. 2-0 pitch from Tunnel. That's away, count 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. Wes Tunnel is the 6th pitcher for Lancaster. He allowed a run yesterday in the top of the 9th inning. It was actually the difference maker in the game. And the 3-0 pitch. Ball 4, low and away. It is a 4-pitch walk issued to Jack Sundberg. And the Blue Crabs have a runner on first with nobody out, and now it's Connor Law up and throwing. The bullpen has really struggled tonight. Patrick Baker, 3 walks, did not get an out. James Dykstra, 1 inning. He allowed 1 hit, 2 walks, and a run. Andres Briseño, an inning and a third, 4 runs on 4 hits, including the 3-run home run off the bat of Ariel Sandoval. You can say it was only a 320-foot home run, which it was, or 333 to be exact, but that's a home run here, and that's the dimensions. The first pitch is low and away now to Michael Wolanski, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. 5 straight balls from West Tunnel. Now, Blue Crabs at major risk of falling tonight. It's a 7-7 ball game. 1-0 to Wolanski. Swing and a miss, count 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, nobody out. One offering upcoming to Michael Wolanski. He shows bunt. He does bunt down the third baseline. The throw goes to second base. It's not a good one. as the shortstop, that's Jake Hoover, had a dive to keep that ball from going into left field. So now there are runners on first and second with nobody out for Southern Maryland on a bunt from Michael Wolanski. It's going to be a fielder's choice and an error on the catcher, I believe, or third baseman, I beg your pardon. That's Anderson Feliz. And so runners on first and second now with nobody out. And now Mark Johnson, the pitching coach for the Lancaster Barnstormers, is going to come out to have a chat with the pitcher West Tunnel. First and second, nobody out for the Blue Crabs in the top of the 10th inning. 7-7 ball game. Southern Maryland, 7 runs on 14 hits. For Lancaster, 7 runs on 12 hits. And now you got to start thinking who's left in your bullpen for Southern Maryland. So Blue Crabs used their top 3 guys. None of them had their stuff tonight. So then you're going to go, of course, the next logical conclusion is Connor Law, and they will go to Connor Law on the 10th, I'm sure. And then what's the option after that? Well, you've got Nick Wells, but I think the next option's got to be Dalton Geeky. If we get to that point, 12th inning, and then maybe you end up using a guy. Maybe do you go to a guy like Merrithew here tonight in a bullpen session of sorts before he starts on Friday? Do you go to Alcis Herrera? I think Herrera would have to be the decision, but Herrera just started 3 days ago. Is it Butler who you go to tonight? He started on Saturday. Pitch. It's Collier who shows bunt. The throw is to third base this time. Not a good bunt from Collier, and they're first and second and 1 out. I don't really get that play. It doesn't make much sense to me. So you're trying to bunt. Of course, you want runners on second and third and 1 out, but the bunt right back to the mound. West Tunnel knew what was coming, and as did Anderson Feliz, who covered the bag well. Not a well-executed bunt, and there's just 1 out with first and second instead of nobody out. Certainly did not go as planned, and your fastest runner on the base path, Sundberg, is out at third. So that one's going to hurt. You do have your team offensive MVP, David Harris, at the plate. He's 1 for 5 tonight, though. It is a 7-7 ball game in the top of the 10th. Blue Crabs have not trailed tonight. They have led the entire way until, well, a 3-run shot from Ariel Sandoval changed everything. Pitch to Harris, called strike. Looked a little upstairs, but it's a called strike nonetheless from West Tunnel. And the count 0-1. Wolanski on second, Collier on first. Game 2 of the North Division Championship Series. 0-1 pitch. Line drive up the middle, base hit. They're going to send Wolanski to the plate. The throw to the plate is in time. They got him. They got him. Or now they've got a runner in a rundown. Oh my! It's a double play that ends the inning. Oh, they got Collier caught between second and third. Things going completely off the rails in the top of the 10th as they sent the runner to the plate after the single from Harris. And it's a double play as David Harris singled up the middle. They sent Wolanski to the plate, and then Collier thrown out at third base. And Wolanski is yelling at the umpires here about the play at the plate, blocking the plate. And it does not allow the runner the opportunity to score. That's sort of the problem there. And now the Blue Crabs, in a 7-7 game, have to go to Connor Law in the bottom of the 10th inning as the Blue Crabs and the Barnstormers still tied at 7. And Connor Law's got to come here and get the job done and keep this game at 7-7. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, it's Jacob Barfield who comes to the plate. Things have gone absolutely sideways for this Blue Crabs team. Maybe you got to go sidewards at that point. This is how things have gone tonight. 7-7 now in the bottom of the 10th inning. Blue Crabs were leading 7-3 going into the bottom of the 9th inning. And here comes Jacob Barfield. And the Blue Crabs dugout, I think that maybe their emotions getting the best of him here as they are very upset with the umpiring crew. I get the idea that the catcher in that situation, Anthony Peroni's blocking the plate, but not really. I mean, he was out by a mile. Pitch was a called strike on the inside corner, count 0-1. It makes sense. Ray Ortega sends the runner around third base. That was Michael Wolanski. Pitch is low on the 0-1, count 1-1. As Connor Law enters the ball game, it's his first postseason appearance of the year. Back to that last point, though, I understand the idea that Ray Ortega wants to send the runner, try to push a run across home plate, make the center fielder, Ariel Sandoval, make a good throw. He made a good throw and more, but I mean, Wolanski was halfway down the base path when the ball got to home plate. Like, he might as well have turned back at that point. It was so far out. 1-1 pitch called strike. Fastball is not going to be overpowering from Connor Law. He's low 90s, maybe hits mid 90s from time to time. The last fastball at right around 91. Pitch to Barfield, the 1-2. Swinging a high fly ball, well struck, left center field. Sundberg is there. He makes the catch, and there is one out in the bottom of the 10th inning. Well, the Blue Crabs bullpen did not have it tonight. There are all sorts of questions at this point of what direction do you go from here. I don't think Butler is really a possibility tonight, because I think that the idea is to start him on Thursday. But maybe he is. Or start him for game 4, which is not Thursday. It's going to be on Saturday. But maybe he is an option, because the Blue Crabs need somebody out there who's you can rely upon behind Dalton Geekie. The pitch is fouled off first base side. And I think Geekie is very obviously the next option. But so if Geekie let's just say we fast forward a couple innings here. I know you want to take it one step at a time here with one out in the bottom of the 10th inning. And a single swing could end this ball game as Jake Hoover digs back in, count 0-1. But let's just say we go to the 12th. Dalton Geekie's pitched in the 11th. Connor Law pitched in the 10th. What do you do from there? Pitch, swinging a high pop-up foul, and the count 0-2. Wells has been healthy sometimes on and off. So do you really want to rely upon somebody like Wells in that situation who, has the pedigree? He's pitching AAA. And he was pitching very well earlier this year, but his velocity's down. He's not quite where he was earlier. So the question now is, okay, is Wells, who just came off the disabled list last week, able to pitch an inning in this situation? Or do you have to go to do you go to one of your starters? Do you go to a guy like Butler? 0-2 pitch, a little away. Count 1-2 now on Jake Hoover. One away in the bottom of the 10th inning. Winning run will come to the plate. Every batter in this inning would represent the winning run. Or if a batter gets on, then that would be the winning run. But it's still 7-7 for now. Bottom of the 10th inning. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up foul, right field side. Anything to the right side at this point, you just assume it's going out of the ballpark. Just based on the way that this ballpark is constructed. That last one was measured at 333 feet from Ariel Sandoval, and that might have been a stretch, honestly. That's a routine flyout in Southern Maryland. But here it's a 3-run game-tying home run. It's the way that this ballpark is designed. And it's 7-7. It's 7-7. And the bottom of the 10th inning, and Hoover is going to try to get this team, keep this the Barnstormers bats rolling. 1-2 pitch is fouled back. Count remains 1-2. Now Connor Law has been going fastball, slider, fastball 93, 94 tonight. Slider's been 86, 87. Not a huge differential there, but he's got good stuff. I mean, there's no question about that. The question is, can he get through this inning against a Barnstormers team whose bats have been hitting the... And this ball swinging a drive to right field. Back to the warning track at the wall. It's gone. Solo home run, and the Barnstormers walk it off. 8-7 over the Blue Crabs. This one has been a shocking loss for Southern Maryland tonight. That puts it kindly. This is really about as tough of a loss as the Blue Crabs could have ever seen coming. 8-7 walk-off here in Lancaster. The Blue Crabs went to their star-studded bullpen tonight, and they lose 8-7. They lose 8-7 tonight. Well, the Blue Crabs will have some time to think about this one. The off day comes tomorrow. Nobody got the job done tonight out of the bullpen. They went to their top 4 arms, and every single one of them struggled. Every one of them. And it did not help that the Blue Crabs bats in the 10th inning sort of run themselves into a couple of outs. You know, a single from David Harris would have loaded the bases with 1 out. Instead, runner thrown out of the plate. Collier rounded second base a little too long. He was thrown out going to third base. And the Blue Crabs lose tonight, 8-7, in about as shocking a fashion as you're going to see. That's a tough one to swallow. Solo home run off the bat of Jake Hoover to end it. 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. Well, the Blue Crabs have certainly faced adversity tonight. No question about that. They fall tonight, 8-7. Blue Crabs led 4-0. And it's an 8-7 victory for Lancaster at the end of the night. Well, the Blue Crabs at least won't have to deal with the wall and right for the rest of the night, for the rest of the series. A heartbreaking loss for Southern Maryland.
What a game,
Blue Crabs lose tonight, 8-7, I should say. Blue Crabs scored 4 in the first. They led it 6-2. They led it 7-3. Andres Briseño allows 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. Ties the game. Blue Crabs could have scored a run in the top of the 10th. They did not. And Connor Law allows a solo home run to right field. 3 home runs over that wall and right. None of them get out of the park in Southern Maryland. All of them get out in this somewhat joke of a wall and right. So that's your ball game tonight, folks. Terrific performance from Mitch Lamson. The bats were there tonight. 7 runs on 15 hits. But the pitching staff, the bullpen, which has been rock solid all year, was absolutely not there tonight. You have to wonder, if you are Stan Clyburn, do you go back in that same direction you went to tonight on Friday? I don't think you have an option. I think you went to your top 4 arms. Those are your top 4 arms. None of them got the job done. You can't just start, throwing your luck at guys that have not produced all year. So, well, that's the way the playoffs go. Blue Crabs do not get the job done tonight. They lose 8-7. Well, that will do it tonight. The Blue Crabs will have to win 2 out of 3 at home against the Barnstormers at the Reg in Waldorf. Southern Maryland loses 8-7 tonight in the bottom of the 10th. We're not going to run through the box score. I think we've run through that sort of thing enough tonight. It's been just a terribly tough night for the Blue Crabs. We will say good night. We finish, as always, with Let's Go Blue Crabs. Join us on Friday at 6:30 p.m. Have a terrific evening, everybody. A devastating loss for the Blue Crabs. Again, we finish, as always, the same 4 words. Let's go Blue Crabs.